Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake. Joining me today, senior economist Tracy Shuchart, the Pip Czar himself, Blake Morrow, founder of Forex Analytics, and senior market strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everybody.
Good
Maggie.
morning,
Morning, all.
everybody.
Oof. We made it to
Congratulate,
Thursday.
congratulations to Blake on 10 years of Forex Analytics.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's coming up this summer. Ooh, it's a long one.
All right.
It's an amazing effort, and everyone's better for it. Looks like a pretty volatile day. We have oil jumping back above 100, at least briefly, again, as Iran attacked Dubai, including some shipping-related targets. Stock futures under pressure as a result, and there's just it seems like a lot of negative headlines. I don't know, Shai, what are you watching?
Yep, so we got obviously a lot going on in the oil market this morning. Yesterday, it was announced IEA was going to release 400 million barrels. Now, we talked about this a little bit yesterday morning. As I expected, the market really didn't care, as we had been talking about it all week. It was kind of already priced in. In addition, we literally have no details on it except for just some amounts from countries, but not start dates, when, how this is going to happen. We have no details whatsoever. The U.S. has pledged 172 million barrels. Now, Chris Wright does say this is going to be swap deals rather than straight spot sales. What that means is they are going to replenish this with 200 million barrels within a year. Now, the whole problem with this scenario, and that I kept talking about yesterday, is, first of all, the U.S. can only release about 1.2 million barrels per day out of the SPR and not consecutively, because of how they do this. U.S. SPR is in salt caverns. And what they have to do is they have to inject water into the salt cavern to bring the oil to the surface so they can get it out. But you can only do that a little bit at a time. And so, 172 million barrels, we're talking 6 months, but not even, consecutively. So, this could take up to 9 months for this to happen. So, that really doesn't help, given that there's 14 million barrels a day halted through the Strait. We now have 10 million barrels per day offline in production volume from the Middle East, which is almost 10% of global demand. We did have, as you mentioned, Maggie, more attacks on vessels overnight. That briefly pushed Brent to 100, and that was it was 2 vessels off the coast of Iraq, and that prompted the nation's oil terminals to suspend operations. We'll find out when they open. On the flip side of that, Oman has reopened their export terminal after a halt on Tuesday due to an attack near there. Now, Chris Wright is our energy secretary. He was on CNBC this morning. He said that it was brought up about the Navy escorts for oil tankers. He said it can't happen right now, but an escort may be likely by the end of the month. He also said the military operation will take weeks, not months. So we'll see what happens with that. Moving on to the private credit markets, because I have more headlines. Shocker on that today. We have Deutsche Bank flagged a $30 billion exposure to private credit. Obviously, that asset class that has been grappling with fund redemptions. In its annual report published today, the lender said it's not exposed to significant risks related to non-bank financial institution, but that it can face potential indirect credit risk through interconnected portfolios and counterparties. And this is all also due to failures of a select number of subprime lenders in the U.S., and also concerns of underwriting, which PIMCO mentioned yesterday. And so we'll see, with that. Anyway, they warned that it could be a problem. And then J.P. Morgan is marking down on its lending to private credit groups as concerns rise over credit quality of companies. Again, the bank has communicated to private credit lenders that it had devalued specific loans in their portfolio, which will act as the collateral funds use for borrowing money at the bank. Again, these devalued loans are linked to software firms once again. So there you go. 2 more banks coming out with warnings this morning. Not looking good in the private credit market. Not many people are really actually talking about that because obviously the Iran issue is foremost front and center right now. And on the debt markets, we have global bonds are erasing all of 2026 gains. The Bloomberg Aggregate Index, which tracks total returns from investment-grade government and corporate bonds, is now flat for 2026, with the sell-off extending today after oil climbed back above 100. We know that that's correlated. The index had been up as much as 2.1% this year, just before the conflict with Iran began, underscoring how quickly the geopolitical shock has reversed sentiment. So keep an eye on that. And then back to Salesforce. We talked about that yesterday. They were issuing debt to fund buybacks. And a shocker here, it drew very weak demand on AI worry. So they saw a very lukewarm appetite for that $25 billion bond sale. And then last but not least, we do have data today, just a little bit, not a lot. 8:30 a.m., initial jobless claims, continuing claims, housing starts and building permits, and then 12 p.m. we have a household change in net worth. Basically, all eyes are going to be on the labor market and the jobless claims number.
Yeah, as you point out, though, the Iran news really crowding out so much of what's going on. Shai, I think it's and you know that's a problem because some of the headlines you mentioned are things that I think would normally, especially the private credit, normally raise some eyebrows. Blake and Jim, Blake, let's start with you. I'm just curious about how you're looking at the price action in oil, because we mentioned it sort of leaped above 100, but it seems like there's a lot of volatility there as everyone tries to weigh these headlines. By the way, true and false. I mean, we've had so many false headlines come out or things that have been turned around and retracted
100%.
Almost immediately. So it's very, very tough environment.
It is a very tough environment, and good morning, everybody. Tracy had mentioned about the energy secretary. I'm just shaking my head because he is the one that actually was on a boat doing a news conference just 2 days ago, saying that we've already escorted somebody through the strait, and then had to take that back, had to remove a tweet. I'm surprised he just didn't get drilled about that, because that really caught a lot of us, myself included, wrong-sided, and a lot of the market as well. Crude oil dumped, stocks rallied, and then they quickly reversed. So it's very frustrating. You're right. There's a lot of false information, and that's why I think it's really interesting, the price action in crude. When Tracy was talking about the 2 tankers that were on fire, that's really what set off the crude move. Right as futures reopened last night, crude oil ripped, went up about 6-8% or whatever it was. But I think what's more important is where we stalled. We stalled on WTI right around the $95 level. Obviously Brent's higher at 100 or whatever the number was. I think I have to look at the price. We stalled just over 100. Anyway, that $95 level is pretty important to me because it also is a high from back in January of 2025. It's kind of that bull bear line. If we get above that and we get too much above that, I think the market becomes, the market's really worried about, what's happening, with the strait. I think if we see it, ease back below $90 today, that's, also telling that maybe there is a turn of events where things are improving. And we have to just be really sensitive to price action. I know before the show, we were also talking about, the moves in the bond market or fixed income globally. And I think that's probably another story that's not getting enough airtime that people need to have a lot of awareness of right now.
Yeah, Jim, and we'll come back to bonds, Blake. Jim, same to you. What are you watching for oil? And Are you surprised that it pulled back down underneath the $100 level and didn't just spike back up to the recent high of 120? Because it's hard to see any really good or constructive news today.
Yeah, I mean, today, the first thing I noticed this morning was, we're in a risk-off environment right now. There's a lot of red across the board and most of the asset classes except energies, and there's no flight to quality, right? Treasury bonds are at a 114 handle, shooting down to 113. Swissy frank's not catching a big bid, which is usually an indication of a flight to quality move. Gold is still sub 5,200, kind of going sideways right there. So we have this kind of risk-off thing, and there's no flight to quality. Because of oil, right? Because this oil story is driving everything else. So all the energies are up today. I'm not surprised that we're moving back up today because we had these kind of intermittent knee-jerk reactions based on stories which weren't substantive or were maybe not really true over the last couple of days. So yeah, being long crude right now is probably a good thing. Even markets that are affected by this, like wheat, corn, some of the basic commodity stuff, are actually catching a bid also. So no, I'm not surprised in crude oil, and I'll cover some price points on the Edge report in a couple minutes.
Yeah. I mean, Tracy, you've been pointing out sort of the giving a reality check to some of these headlines, and you're right. The energy sector clearly wanting to get on the right side of or clarify and be clear about it, because there are headlines, as you mentioned, that the U.S. will not be escorting. There's also headlines that confirming that Iran did lay landmines. We see ships getting hit, not in transit, at docks. Is it your sense that the market is pricing in yet that this could be prolonged, this disruption of shipping lanes and of infrastructure in the region? It seems like people are still, or you tell me, are people still poised that we're going to get that resolution and a big snapback on the back of it? Do you think the market's digested the fact that this could be murky longer than anyone originally anticipated?
I think that the market is starting to realize that after we had that huge sell-off earlier this week, particularly on that one headline, that one post, Chris Wright, that he deleted, that said that the U.S. had escorted a tanker through, which, turned out to be false because he deleted it. We went all the way back down into low 70s, and now we're back up into 93.37 right now. And so I think markets are starting to realize maybe this will take a bit longer than anticipated. But I still, there is always hope. Any good headline the market is going to grab onto, because the market's just in general want to see an end to this and want to know where we're going and where we're headed, particularly the index markets. And so, I think any good headline is going to help a little bit, but I do think markets are we're up, $20 from the low earlier this week. So,
yeah,
which is quite a big move.
I'm just wondering why, I'm just wondering, or I guess, is there a concern that instead of looking for good news and wanting to be positioned to that, do people start to sort of give up on that hope, I think? Blake, why do you think our bonds, Pharm had that fantastic riff yesterday. I retweeted his tweet. We have a clip of it, but I wasn't able to get it out, of you think you're trading the NASDAQ, but you're really trading crude. And you think you're trading crude, but you're really trading. It was great. And it's true, right? So do you think bonds are reacting? Is everything keying off of oil? Or can you trade some of these other markets based on the fundamentals they're seeing? Is it inflation concerns for bonds? Is it the breakdown of global order? Why are we not seeing any kind of move or safe haven?
Well, that's been the biggest head scratcher for me is the bond markets gap. When we went into Iran and we started bombing Iran, the first thing that happened is we saw this gap higher on a Sunday night on the 30-year, the 10 years. They just ripped higher, and then they've given it up ever since then. And it's hard to put your finger on exactly why. My assumption is the market is probably looking at the developed economies awash in liquidity, and we're just seeing, this is going to cost the world a lot. I mean, any which way you look at it, what is happening right now in Iran, and you're seeing, yields move higher as a result, and you're seeing all these fixed income products moving lower. And it's been more of a head scratcher to me. And I want to actually pivot over to Jim and talk to him a little bit about, how he's seeing this, because for me, that has been one of those things that's been sitting in the back of my mind. But when you mentioned about we're all trading crude, you're right. Crude is really the linchpin right now on how the market is reacting. Even the dollar, the market's a little hesitant to push further dollar longs because of all the reasons why we know we shouldn't own the dollar. But it's not like people want to buy the dollar. They just kind of have to buy the dollar if we see risk appetite continue to dwindle. That means if crude oil spikes up, people are just going to be forced to buy dollars. And so you can see everything's kind of teetering on this knife edge right now. And I'll tell you, I always have one eye on crude oil at all times right now. But Jim, how are you feeling about this move in fixed income?
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I mean, first of all, this whole dual mandates in question, right? What's going to win out, inflation or jobs? What's the Fed going to do? That's kind of part of it, a small part of it. But, I think that there's a lot of uncertainty going on with what's happening in the Middle East. I think the big thing here is, what's the exit strategy? Do we have an exit strategy? Right? And when is this thing going to end? Everyone's telling us, well, it's going to end, it's only a few weeks more. We're going to be good. We're going to be good. But we've heard that story before for every conflict we've gotten into for decades. So I think this bond market is a little bit, it's very weary of what's happening with respect to that, with no exit plan right now. And we're sitting on a kind of a pivotal level here. We have a double bottom in the 30-year Treasury bonds right now, right in that kind of mid to lower 114 handle. And it's easily we could break below it, which means these yields, of course, are rising across, borrowing costs are rising across the board here. And, folks who bought the auction a couple of weeks ago are probably kicking themselves saying, I should have waited 2 weeks. I could have got a way better price at a higher yield if I would have waited a little bit longer. But in my mind, it's about uncertainty across all the markets, and the equity markets are going to probably have a little bit of negative excitement. I'll use the word negative excitement today, but the 30-year right now, it's really at a critical spot. I'm not interested in getting long just yet. I'm going to wait to see how this plays out if this double bottom holds.
Yeah, Morris Capital agreeing with you. Short bonds as a hedge, and a lot of other people talking about just the uncertainty. And we all have recency bias, right? Any fool can know, like COVID, a 2-week vacation, right? And then, so anybody who says anything's short-lived, I think it's, we all have PTSD from that. Trace, we've got some weekly jobless claims that we're gonna tackle. You're gonna say something?
Yeah, just really quickly, I was just going to add on to Jim's on the bond market in general. It's really interesting that we had a 3-year and a 10-year auction this week, and they did not go well. Now, we have a 30-year auction today, so we'll see how that goes. But even with higher yields, the people, there's tepid demand for them. So also interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the dollar being everyone's safe haven was on anybody's bingo card, given the fact that debasement was like the main theme coming in to 2026. And I know that there are a lot of people who, as you say, are holding their nose, Blake, doing that. Wanted to mention, as we're going to shift back to domestic because of the weekly jobless claims coming up, but we're also not getting a lot of headlines. Is that what's going on domestically? We still have a shutdown, DHS funding dispute, which means TSA workers are not getting paid starting now. And if anyone's been to an airport, I'm hearing really terrible stories again of the jam ups, which is going to have really quick political backlash. And then there are reports also the U.S. is launching sweeping trade investigations under Section 301, which is how they're going to bypass the IEEPA ruling. And China's in the crosshairs again for tariffs as we wait for the summit between Xi and Trump. All of this while we have the Middle East playing out. I mean, that's a lot to have on anyone's plate. Again, we're not paying attention to it, Shy, but Might we at some point? Is this just going to, I don't understand how you can do all these things at once.
So I think, right? Well, I think this is what we're seeing right now, confusion in the markets. Nobody knows where to go right now, right? I mean, we do have a bit in the dollar, but besides that, even if you look at, intraday dispersion in, different sectors, they've been very volatile too underneath the surface, even more so than the actual indexes in themselves. And I think everybody's scrambling to find, where do I hide right now other than cash or the dollar?
Yeah.
So I think that's
Smart Chuck mentioning tech doing well during time of uncertainty. No, I mean, we did see that bottoming in software, which was so beat up, and we did see Oracle do okay earlier this week. So maybe.
Yeah, and I mentioned yesterday that I think, tech is going to be a little bit of a safe haven, but we're still not seeing, massive flows in that sector by any stretch of the imagination. Some of the bigger names, but not as a whole.
Yeah. We've been talking about you really can't move away from your screen right now. And I know you guys are all able to, because Jim was doing it on the flight back from Vegas. I know you're able to trade off the mobile platform, which is great. But Jim, I think Ninja's expanding the lineup, right? We have a new show coming to sort of cover people who want to know what's going on over the weekend.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you for mentioning that. I was just gonna mention Bitcoin is amazingly resilient right now, given everything that's going on. We're tracking 70,000 still. So that this whole right now, and it's been that way for a long period of time. And so starting Sunday nights, we already have a great Sunday night show. It's kind of a week ahead kind of preview with Craig Shapiro runs a great panel every Sunday at 6 o'clock to 7. But we're going to add a segment. 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, starting this Sunday, the March 15th. We're going to do a whole crypto show with our colleagues hand in hand from Kraken. So Sunday night, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. now is the schedule for Sunday night. Super pumped up about it. It's going to be awesome.
PM.
Did I say AM? PM. See, I'm so excited. I'm going to get up 12 hours too early.
It's a miracle any of us could speak. I mean, I feel like, just trying to keep across everything, it's tough, but it's so helpful to have that, to really sort of set the stage and catch up. Everything's been happening on the weekend. What I love about this is you can't have the traditional Friday night dump. No one's paying attention. Now that so many people are staying plugged in over the weekend, there really is no place to hide if you're a policymaker who's trying to get away with something like that. Right before, I just want to sort of touch on the econ data because, we are ignoring so much. But Jim, you kind of mentioned this was the big battle we thought we were facing, which is the Fed back in a situation where they have to choose jobs versus inflation? Is it going to set up again like that, especially if this drags on and we start to see those prices really filter through?
So, yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see. I think right now, it's not in the numbers. We know that the Fed's not going to do anything this meeting. But, I think it's going to have to factor in at some point, and depending on how long this lasts. But you have to remember, even if this ends tomorrow, the supply chain disruption is not going to figure itself out immediately. And that still affects, gasoline prices, diesel prices, global oil flows, fertilizer flows, chemical flows, and things of that nature. So that mess will take a while. In fact, it'll take weeks, if not months, really to sort itself out. So, I can't expect everything to be rosy, even if the conflict ends tomorrow, at least from a supply chain issue.
Yeah, and we know that, right? That's the lesson from COVID. And in fact, there is a story out this morning that there's the possibility of a global food price shock looming, in the midst of all the other good news headlines that we had to sift through this morning. Of course, we know areas that have a lot of food insecurity are going to feel it the most. But it doesn't mean that it's not going to ripple everywhere. And so that's going to be a huge issue for them to have to wrap their heads around while they have the political pressure to try to lower rates, and pressure from some folks in areas of the market who are really concerned about the labor market weakness. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens there. Somebody in the chat, Larry, saying Blake is one super cool cat. And we agree, Blake. Even though he wakes up at the crack of dawn, he somehow still manages to rock cool. I don't know. That's not possible for me, but it is for Blake,
Thank
which
you.
we appreciate. All right, everybody. It's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, here's the 30-year Treasury bond market right now. And, as Blake described, we had this rip higher up to, 118 handle. Actually, we pierced 119 handle, and then the big sell-off all the way back down here, establishing this double bottom here. And there's kind of two levels to this double bottom. This first level right here is right where we're trading at 114 and 14.30. The next one down are these two candles way over here at the end of January. We're tracking a low 114 handle. So I'm not looking for shadows today. I'm looking for end of day. Where are we going to close? Where is that close going to be? Is it going to be in the rectangles or below, or is it going to be above? For me to get my head around. Well, that's just the bottom is in. I wouldn't say the bottom's in yet. I would say right now everything is super bearish. Look at all the moving average crosses. That yellow line is 150 days simple moving average, and everything's crossing under it. So this is a super bearish chart right now. And intraday we have a couple targets here. Really nice volume profile right now with the point of control kind of sitting right there at 114.13. Jax 2, gamma level 2 is kind of framing the top of that conversation. And then down at the bottom here, should we break bad, we've got that one-day min from MenthorQ. That's a great expected move. 114 almost at 114 even. Actually, the 0 DTE put is at 114 even. So that's looking pretty negative. So there's some targets on the downside even for today. We'll see how that goes with the next report that's going to come out. Let's shoot over to crude oil, though. I want to go all the way back to a weekly crude oil chart just so you can kind of see the history here. These are big candles, obviously. And then we have some longer term targets. That April 24 target, 87.67. Forget about it. We closed above it yesterday. We're trading above it now. We have that September 2023 target, 95.03, kind of, pretty close to that right now. And then we have this June 2022 target at 123.68. So there's some bigger targets here on crude oil. We'll see. This commitment of traders is probably going to adjust, I think, next Friday. So we're not going to dwell on it too much right now. On the daily chart, again, this kind of wick is skewing everything right now. But look where we closed yesterday. Not yesterday, 1, 2, 3 days, Monday. This was 94.77. This is the highest close we've seen recently. We closed a lot lower yesterday than the day before. But look at today. We wicked through it today, and we're pretty close to it right now. So we'll see if we get a higher close by the end of the day, which could further give the bulls something to go for. Intraday, we do have some targets as well. Volume profile is pretty relatively Gaussian, relatively normal. Point of control right now at 91.98, and we have that VWAP right now. This session VWAP is going to be key for me today. We're trading slightly above it, but I want to see a close above it. I want to see a confirmation candle before I get bullish. Alternatively, sellers might push us back down below that VWAP. Reestablishing control here. We'll see what happens. But Jax 2 is at 94. Jax 3 is at 95. One-day min is up here at 96.27. And then above that, there's, not a lot until you get to R3, which is at 100.180. And then down below here, framing the bottom of the conversation really is that 0 DTE call resistance and that 0 DTE gamma wall. That is at just about, we'll just round it to 90. How about that? And then previous sessions highs, previous sessions highs, 88.99. And then we have some pivots and some call resistance levels down here at 85 to keep in mind. S1 is all the way down here at 83.80. That is this morning's Edge Report. Let's go back to the panel.
Fantastic stuff. And we are waiting for the weekly jobs report. I just want to give a shout out to Streamside, who's always dropping fantastic knowledge in the chat. The market won't wait for everything to actually be solved to start moving. When it sees improvement on the horizon, it will start moving. It does anticipate. So that's a really good point. And I guess why we see everyone really reluctant to sort of jump in the bear camp and chase things. In case we, start to see something. So great hat tip to you, Streamside, for making that great observation. I hope we get to see, I think NinjaTrader Lab's having some meetups. I hope we get to see some of you in person, some of these brains in real life. So we're about a minute away from weekly jobless claims. Blake, you made a great observation before.
We're 10 seconds away.
Oh, we're 10 seconds away. Okay. Thanks, Trace. Maybe I better be quiet in that case. Gosh, my time's off. Everything. People, can I just make it to Friday? So I'm just crawling to Friday. I think we all are.
Initial jobless claims came in at 213,000, in line with prior. Survey was 215, in line. And survey 1.849 million came in at 1.850 million for continuing claims, completely in line. Housing starts actually a bit higher than anticipated at 1.487 million, and building permits a bit lower at 1.376 million.
Blake, any reaction? This was one that maybe it would be a mover, maybe not.
Yeah, it's definitely one I'm going to be watching over the next couple of weeks. As this situation in the Middle East intensifies, people, searching for jobs in the gig economy might start turning to actually filing for unemployment. I think a lot of people avoid that and just go straight to the gig economy. So I think it's something that we need to be watching, since this is our most real-time labor data that we get on a weekly basis, is the weekly unemployment claims. So no, it was a nothing burger today, but that doesn't mean it's going to be that way in the weeks ahead.
And Jim, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing today, my focus is really kind of going back to the equity markets. They're looking heavy today, which means my bias is bearish.
Fantastic stuff. Blake, Jim, thank you so much. We'll see you guys in the chat and tomorrow. Appreciate it.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. We are going to talk to our guests in just a second, but before we welcome them, let's take a look at the lineup for the day. In just a moment, we will be welcoming Bob Coleman. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions you want him to field. Trade the Open will be with Stowe and Nick for a tick. Midday markets will be Leo and Salma, and trading the close will be Chris, Jack, and Joey. All right now let's welcome Bob Coleman of Idaho Armored Vaults and Profits Plus Capital Management. Bob, thanks so much for being with us.
Sure, appreciate having me on.
I mean, we're all reacting to these fast-moving headlines, but it's been a bit of a head scratcher. We've seen gold and silver really kind of consolidating, even though you would have thought that if you sort of put this on paper a couple months ago, they would have, this would have been a catalyst for the next leg higher. What do you see happening? Why haven't they responded?
Well, I think a number of confluences that are hitting the market all at the same time. You had this big sort of blow off in the metals in January, and that probably, and then that big rush down. You've seen sort of this consolidation sort of take place where the market's trying to find its footing. So you have, on one hand, you have volume just absolutely kind of dying, open interest dying on the COMEX futures. You see the same type of activity on the Shanghai Futures Exchange, where you see lower volume, lower activity. But at the same time, you see metal leaving those exchanges in very large volumes, going to areas where there's actual demand. So you have less activity on the exchanges pushing prices around, and at the same time, you have less depth as well. So participants basically are kind of taking a step back, trying to allow the market to catch its breath. And I think that's where we're headed right now. It's interesting because the war, as it started, typically you're right, you get usually a big bounce on the metals, and then you get the war premiums kind of coming off. Unlike the past, we've had now just the exact opposite, where you had a sell-off on the metals right after the war started, and it looks like it's trying to find footing. So it's almost as if the market is sort of acting. It's finding buyers underneath the surface, and trying to build that base, I think, for another launch forward or higher. I'm sorry.
Mm.
Absolutely. And so, and you've talked about this before, and you've flagged kind of collapsing silver inventories at major exchanges as potentially next sign for the leg up in the bull market. Is what keeping this down? Is this the move in the dollar, or because silver markets have been much more volatile than gold markets have been as of late?
Yeah, I think in January you had this phenomenon where you had Jane Street, which is a very big high frequency trading, algorithmic type trading firm, entered the silver market. They had I wrote a kind of a piece or an article on this where in November they had a 40,000 share position. By the end of December, they took a 20.5 million share position, a 50,000% increase in their position size. And which is unusual because they became the largest shareholder of SLV. But at the same time they took that big position, you started to see a lot of option activity, sort of pushing the market in directions. And I think that's what took the market higher, and may have exhausted the market after they kind of came in, and that fast moving activity, and then the big drop at the end of January, I think just basically blew out a lot of traders, and the market has to find its footing. What's interesting right now is, the silver story is still intact. You're still seeing a lot of demand. You're still seeing supply deficits. You're seeing what has been sort of the tailwind to this market over the last 2-3 years still intact. So you may have trading activity. You may have tightness in London, which was the characteristic of the October high. Now what you're seeing is, as long as metal continue to leave these major exchanges, I mean, you look at the Shanghai Futures Exchange on the silver side, it went from 900 tons in December to about 250 tons here recently. I mean, a huge drop in supplies of metal. And that just means when you see that inventory leave, that means there's less sellers in the market. And hedgers and so forth. So that's less pressure you're going to start seeing on the market. So it gets really thin. So if you have any significant amount of money coming back into this market, it could definitely push it to either direction. But but to the upside, there's not a lot of shorts. Anyone who's playing the market on the short side, if the market does pick up traction and starts rising again, you don't have a lot of longs either in this market. So you don't have a lot of sellers in the market for these shorts to basically buy back or cover.
Yeah, it's so important to understand the dynamics going underneath the hood. If you're just from what you're saying, if you're just looking at the price action, you're not getting the full 3D picture. So thank you for sort of spelling it out for people who maybe dip in and out of that market but don't trade it every day like that. Do you expect, based on what you said, the miners to participate? Is that the next opportunity if you're looking at the sort of fundamentals of it and we have this just lack of supply? Would you expect the miners to really pick up and start to participate?
Yeah, I know a lot of people are watching the miners and adding to those positions. They certainly have the leverage. So if the prices do move higher, they do benefit from that. But one of the things I was talking about before this war started and when oil was at 60 some odd dollars a barrel is the miners, one of their biggest input costs are energy. And if energy starts to rise like we're seeing now, and it stays high, that's going to crimp the profit margins. It's not that they're not going to make a ton of money, but the stocks have already moved relative to this really wide profit margin or a historically high profit margin. So any rising input costs that they could start to undertake, or any type of reduction of supply or just production in general, because when you're pulling metal out of the ground, they're always searching for more production. That's something that investors want to kind of keep in the back of their mind. If you're trying to analyze a good mining company, not all mining companies are the same. So you have to look at their input costs and the ability for them to maintain reserves.
Yeah, great point.
Absolutely makes sense. So really interesting because after we saw that big pull off in both gold and silver in the beginning of February, everybody expected this whole market was going to collapse and we were going to go back to that mean like $2,000 for gold. And we are very volatile, but we keep inching higher. So do you think as soon as we get some sort of resolution on the Iran situation that this kind of leads the way for gold and silver to move higher?
Yeah, it's interesting. You see a lot of opinions now saying, well, now gold is a risk-on asset, not a risk-off asset. It is dependent upon liquidity flows. There's a lot of factors that obviously impact. When the markets go down, people sell what they can, what they have ability to sell, and the metals are certainly part of that pool of assets. So, it does get caught up in market volatility. But I think you're right. If you get some sort of resolution or some sort of clarity coming out of this Middle East, that could certainly be supportive to the metals. I mean, the idea basically is at least on silver side, a lot of this is industrial demand, whether it's solar panel generation, other batteries. There's a lot of technology that silver is starting to sort of be used for. That's continually, industry uses about 70% of the supply that comes out of the ground. So there's a high demand for that. But I think the issue is, I think from a metals perspective is, if the economy starts to soften, Fed's going to have to cut rates, money printing. You got the deficits that are just probably going to balloon because of this war that's happening right now. We were already on track, I think, for 1.7 trillion deficit this year. This is only going to add to it, and that starts to become, I guess, another tailwind, I guess, because at the end of the day, gold and somewhat silver thrive on political uncertainty, and you certainly are seeing it right now. Even though the prices aren't really reacting too much, they aren't falling with the general market when it gets crushed. There is some sort of base that it starts to build, and that's what you want to try to see from a longer term perspective is the market sort of shake off the bad news, consolidate. And you have to remember, we're still in an uptrend channel on silver, even though you've had this really wild move to the upside in January and it come crashing back down. It's still sort of in a longer term channel from October of last year. I kind of put that out yesterday on my feed.
Yeah, it's a great point to make. I guess my question, I'm going to go back to your observations around Jane Street. So you can believe all that. You can be bullish, the fundamental, the longer term channel, all of the sort of factors that support precious metals. But now you're in a position where if you're trying to enter it or add to your position, you've got to worry about this sort of speculative layer that can create parabolic moves up and then down, and you don't want to buy it on that parabolic move up. Has that changed the nature of it? Because when you think of gold, you would think of people looking for safe haven, central bank buying, these sort of longer hands. Do we have a new speculative aspect of it that's going to, create these shorter term price dynamics that people need to be a little bit cautious about?
Yeah, certainly. When we saw silver at 110, you started to see the industry, the precious metals industry, the retail and wholesale side, starting to basically become very illiquid. People were selling back. The industry wasn't prepared for this. You didn't have a lot of people say, listen, I'm going to chase it here at 110 and I'm going to put 5% on my portfolio. People started to become stand backish and started to piece out their position, just longer term holders that may have bought in the 20s, that type of thing. And so my concern with the speculative boom comes into the market, or for example, tightness or other types of fundamental factors. I think this time around, as the markets move higher, you're going to see a wave of selling of physical metal from maybe retail and institutional holders. If it does get back up to 120, saying, listen, I'm not going to ride this down again. And that's a very common thing that I think, just a human trait of being very protective of profits and so forth. So I think that could start to unlock a lot of this above ground stocks if we do start rising. And that's a good thing. The cure for high prices is high prices. The issue is what's going to take it back up if it does. And I think, if we continue to see a drain of inventories, you don't have, for example, right now, the contango on the New York futures, May futures contract relative to London, I think is only 20 cents. It should be around 50 cents. So you're seeing a continued degree of tightness. And if money flow does start becoming more attractive into the ETFs, for example, SLV, or other ETFs, most of that metal is held in London, and most of the demand for physical will be from London, and that's interesting because you're still seeing this sort of not extreme tightness, but you're still seeing this demand for physical metal, and it shows up in these spreads.
Yeah. Bob, really fantastic insight. And again, so important to see what's happening underneath just the sort of simple chart action, price action that we're watching. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your expertise.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Shai, I thought that was such a clear explanation because I've been reading about the Jane Street issue and involvement, but I think Bob laid it out, and maybe we're in a different period now. If you start to get those shorter term flows in, it's going to be a different dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, he said a lot, where he said a lot of people are short, but not a lot of people are long. And that's kind of why we're in this, if you look at the chart, this kind of what I like to call coiling, right? We saw that for months in oil until we finally broke out again. But that was months and months and months. Obviously, it's only been, a month and a half in the metals markets, but it's still that same kind of theory and that same kind of chart pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic stuff. All right, Shai, great to spend the morning with you. We'll see you later. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for Pharm and Tape Talk now. Drum roll. Hey, Pharm, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Maggie?
I'm doing okay. We're watching. I feel like yesterday you were just kind of expecting things to go down a little bit and, everything keyed off oil. I'm still laughing about your comment. I retweeted it. It's just so funny. And so I don't know, how are you feeling today? It looks like it's kind of playing out as your spidey sense suggested it would.
Yeah. How do I follow yesterday? I don't know how I do that, but yesterday, I think one of the big things, takeaways is that I had mentioned I would have preferred to see a pullback Monday night into Tuesday night, or some of this kind of chasing into the rally would risk looking distributive. And for the avid watchers of the show and Tape Talk particularly, you probably knew what the trade was overnight, because I'll get there in 1 second. Actually, yesterday we talked about this kind of low to mid 60s range, right? As buyers were trying to develop a bit of a lower edge of the meat of this profile. And they effectively just kind of stretched it a little bit, holding this 51.5 to 55 weekly level, while NQ broadly held its, I'd said like mid to high 800s, 850s, 880s. But all that did is stretch this value just a little bit and created a P-shaped profile. So you notice the relative penis character of this profile looks just like a P. And that certainly is suggestive that we're going to at least need some initiative buyers, fresh initiative buyers, to lift this to the upside. And it stayed heavy all day, right? All it did was stretch that P, stretch the glands a little bit wider. So what do you get overnight? You get a breakdown at the bottom of the P. And so the potential in that situation is really a move all the way down. This is a weekly P. So it could come all the way back down. That's a little bit much, maybe for one night. But at least came down to last week's low, took that out, held this 6704, 6709 weekly level. And here we are. Now you have a situation where those low to mid 60s dip buyers are now low to mid 60s pop sellers, because they are trapped offside. So it will be very, very important for ES to reclaim yesterday's low, right? So we're potentially open. I mean, we still have 45 minutes. We are potentially opening on a true gap down, which just means opening entirely below the prior day's cash hours low. And that would be a problem. So this is going to be a key reclaim, 51.5 to 55, just yesterday's low, right? Now you can't see this, right? You can't see pops above there sold. You need to see dips above there sold, right? So you need to see this flip to firm support, and that would actually open a rotation all the way back up to towards the 68.20 level I mentioned yesterday. I said the war is over above 68.20 and below 68.20, maybe a little bit more war. And we got that pop. I think it was a headline. It took it to like 68.19, and that was rejected. And the one thing that was important to me about this rejection, and this is very, very subjective on my part, but I do a lot of nuance in my work. Again, if you've been watching for a while, you know that I've been watching broadly this 6,800 range. I've got a yearly level that's 68.03 to 68.12 half, and I just tweak it throughout the year for this week. In each week, I kind of work around it based on what I think is most relevant. For this week, I used 68.08 to 68.15, and then 20 clearly became relevant. But we're leaving an excess high yesterday below that level. And that doesn't strike me as particularly bullish. So I think it's really important for buyers to step in and fix some of this today, or there is the risk that we then continue to reject this volume, build out volume lower, right? Where can we go? How can this weekly profile mature? Well, we can get this failed distribution up here and then fill out volume in one of these lower distributions, rendering this volume up here trapped. And then more importantly, continuing to render volume above 6,800s for many, many months, trapped off sides. That's not a very good look. At the flip side of that is, this didn't get that far, right? It didn't really, wasn't any kind of catastrophic collapse. It did not, rug all the way back to the Sunday night low or anything crazy like that, which honestly would have been bought in a flash. So maybe this is the dip to buy, right? Happened overnight. Maybe buyers come in and finally, the dip I would have liked Monday night into Tuesday comes today. Buyers step in. They would still need to be strong enough to lift these 67.50s, 67.60s, build a firm base back above. So really the rest of the week, since I don't do the show tomorrow, you can carry this forward. You're looking for firm reclaims. Just call it yesterday's low to make it easy. So risks can persist as long as yesterday's low broadly remains offered. We can continue to build out volume lower, and that's going to be a poor look into next week. Continued pressure for today if it can't reclaim. But keep in mind that if and when it does reclaim, flip back to support, there's a potential for a move up again towards 68.20, which will be key to carry forward. So that is ES. NQ is broadly the same. Takes a second for my profile to load on NQ, so just give me 1 second. So I was using 909 to 941, but again, we had these multiple days worth of a day and a half, I guess, of dip buyers in kind of the 850s, 880s had been extremely well bid. We got the breakdown. It didn't make it very far, right? So I mean, it didn't even make it all the way back. It did fill the singles, so that was important. We talked about that yesterday, the single prints, but it didn't quite even make it down to really the open of that sort of news candle that we got. I don't even remember what the news was at that time. But so it didn't make it very far, so it's not catastrophic. It's still pretty close. Yesterday's low is down here. There was basically 873 and 893 were the two cash hours daily lows. But I think the weekly level is more important, and it is suggesting overnight here that it is more important. Most of the volume trapped above these 900s. So same type of deal. You don't want to see, if you're bullish, you don't want to see this 909 to 941 remain capping upside. You want to quickly reclaim yesterday's lower. We're not that far away. One news headline away, one tweet in 5 minutes from reclaiming that. But you want to see yesterday's low reclaim. Really need to see this 909, 941 flip back to support. And I think you get a move back to the 120s, 140s, possibly 160s again. Also, like for ES, you can carry that forward for the rest of the week. But persistent offers here can allow for a retest of this overnight low. You don't really want to see traction below this overnight low. I will say this 669 to I'm getting punished because I've had 669 to 700 as a weekly level for like 8 weeks straight. And I chose to do it a little bit differently for this week, worked on the way up. And now, of course, we held 669 to 700. overnight. So holding that broadly, 700s, I mentioned this yesterday as well, offers a rotation up towards those 120s. We got the rotation to the upside. We got the rotation to the downside. As theoretically, big picture, as long as this holds, that rotation remains in play. But what would need to happen for today, very, very clearly, is this 909 to 941 needs to flip back to bid, find support there. And I think sellers are going to panic cover, honestly. If we start to see some of that, we'll see. They're not really in meaningful trouble, but it's going to be a pretty trash look, and you're going to see a lot of buyers want to step in and punish if that happens. So, but again, persistent weakness. There's potential for this move to crack back through and backfill some of this thin structure from this week. This 579 to 608 is going to be important. And if you look left, I mean, we're nowhere near last week's low still on NQ. So it's not like there's, serious risk here yet. The stronger sellers had not been present to start the week. We talked about that. But the more trapped inventory we get overhead, once again, they sold this spot. Talked about that yesterday. You just look left, and just every time we get a pop above about 120, 140 NQ, they just step in and they just stomp on it. So you're going to need that ultimately to be taken out with continuation and flip to support. It'll make great support someday, but for now it remains capped. So same deal, open on a true gap down below yesterday's low. I like to watch the range of the first 5 minutes. I definitely cannot say 5-minute opening range because that does not exist, and Pax will yell at me. But I like to look at that for some early bias. Do we trade both sides of the range of the first 5 minutes? And that is somewhat suggestive to me that maybe it's going to be a balanced day. If we only trade above the range of the first 5 minutes, then it sort of looks like maybe it's going to be a trend day up. In this situation, on a true gap down, I look at least for a retest of the prior day's low, and then clearly this 909 to 941 level. And then if all the action is below the 5 minute, I almost said 5 minute opening range, the range of the first 5 minutes, then it starts to look like we're going to crack back through some of the structure and backfill a little bit more on a weekly basis. So that's how I gain sort of some early bias during a cash session. I'm watching both markets. In particular, I watch YM as well because, I'm a boomer. Nobody else does. But I'm looking for that, again, just really for some early bias. I'm not like taking trades like, oh, it's below the range of the first 5 minutes. I'm taking a breakdown chart. It's not what I'm doing. I'm just using that to give me some kind of a clue what the session might look like. And I'll flip to crude real quick because that's what we're trading, right? We're actually trading crude, but actually, we did that yesterday. So we did get a break away from this 91.69s that put the pressure on overnight, right? We came into Scott Besson's average here when he stepped on it on this big red candle. So you could just kind of call that a horizontal resistance for now. There was some supply up there. It unbagged. I think now it held 89.69 roughly overnight. And I think now you're going to want to see clean offers below 89.69 even after this move to really maybe see a supportive bid come into equities. So you can add 89.69 and then 96.90 I still have on there from yesterday. If that clears and that's going to suggest to me a clean breakaway from this volume, and that's probably not going to be a very good look for equities. So that's what I'm looking at for crude to give me a little bit of a lead. ES, NQ, it's going to be all about, again, yesterday's low, big picture. And if we can flip that 909 to 941 spot to bid on NQ, I think, and again, we're still not back below last week's low on ES. We're kind of a lot closer on ES than we are on NQ. I don't think you want to see that given back again. The second loss of a prior week low or prior day low often tends to lead to kind of some accelerating liquidation. Not always, but often it can, right? You get the reclaim. All the bulls from last week are excited. They're like, oh, thank goodness, we're okay. We're going to go to the moon. We got unbagged. Maybe I'll even add here and chase into the highs like an idiot. But once you lose that for a second time, it's like, okay, well, shit, I'm dead. So I better puke this out. So big day today and then big close to the week. I want to see, can we close the week? Again, carry this forward all week, the 909 to 941 on NQ. And it very clearly looks like 51.5 to 55 up into these low 60s. Can we reclaim? Can we close the week up here in this upper range after rejecting some volume down here? That's going to be a big tell coming out of this week into next week. So very important day today, and then close of the week tomorrow is going to be very important as well.
Fantastic stuff. Pharm, great suggestion in the chat so that we don't offend PAX. Instead of referring to it as the 5-minute opening range or opening trade, whatever we're talking about, they just want to call it the farm zone.
That works.
Own it.
That works.
That works. So henceforth, great recommendation. Chicha Moose, I think, is your handle. Fantastic stuff. That was great. Thanks so much, Pharm. Appreciate all the feedback and what you're looking at. And appreciate you also flagging really early the close tomorrow. It's going to be so interesting to see how people want to position going into this weekend, because as you mentioned, not huge, strong selling. And I want to share a tweet that I thought you would appreciate, because I think it kind of speaks to the riff you went on yesterday a little bit. Someone retweeted this. The stock market's funny because the largest global supply chain shock since a deadly worldwide pandemic is worth like a fraction of a percent, but a single blog post speculating about a new technology can stone cold stun our SaaS companies down 50%. So it is a strange dichotomy, and we do seem like we're in this kind of holding pattern where people are still trading off the headlines. So great stuff, and everybody in the chat totally appreciating it. Thanks so much, Pharm. Have a great day.
Have a great day, Maggie. Take care.
Okay, just before we get to the open, the poll, this has been all week, just underscoring what we just said. Poll completely mixed today. There's not even a majority. Some bullish, some bearish, some neutral sideways. So that really speaks to the range. And I think probably the frustration some of you are talking about the fact that we appear to be going nowhere as everyone tracks what is happening overseas. Oil above 92, as we've been talking about. Stock futures look like they're under pressure, but there's a whole big long day to get through. So let's get to it. We've got Trade the Open with Stowe and Nick for a tick. Hi, gentlemen. How's everybody doing today?
Good morning. Hi, Maggie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Stowe. I just found out you're 7 feet tall and are a total rocker, in addition to being an epic trader. Is that's what the chat's telling me?
Kane's the ones that's 7 feet tall. I'm just 6 feet tall. Yeah, I do.
You're a giant in the eyes of the chat, Stowe.
Yeah, I've got a silly punk rock band. It's fun. We'll see. Jim and Tracy are going to come watch it in May. So
I heard they're trying to rope me in. And we've got NinjaTrader Lives dropping all sorts of in-person meetups. I can also see in the chat on the platform. Yep. So check it out. Who knows what surprises are in store? But Stowe, how are you feeling about the day?
Good. I feel, but the Pharm also often says a lot of the same stuff. So I listen to him and I'm like, yep. So that's always fun.
I saw you nodding as he was on. Nick, how about you?
Yeah, I'm very much still in the same place I feel like I've been in for every Thursday since Thanksgiving, which is like we're in a weird holding pattern is probably the right word. It just seems like nothing shocks this market for more than a day, and then suddenly we're right back to equilibrium or whatever we want to call this range, at least in the NASDAQ. I think whatever, like now a couple weeks ago when we had Sassmageddon or whatever you want to call this, I was one of the people bullishly screaming on this show too, as far as the traders, like, no, I'd probably be a dip buyer in a lot of these SaaS names that are just beaten down 30% in the last like week. So, and we've kind of rebounded since then. My charts are still loading here for some reason, but I'm still kind of sitting here that until we get a close below 24,400, I'm still a buyer. And until we kind of break this range and actually have a meaningful close below that, it's hard for me to want to sell this thing outside of just the range highs.
Yeah, you are, I think, speaking to what everyone's grappling with, which when you read the headlines, intellectually, you feel freaked out and like this cannot end well, like doom is coming, because that's what we're fed. But then you watch the price action and that's telling you something different, and you've got to respect that. So I think that's the sort of existential battle that everyone's going through. But I'm going to get out of the way and let you guys get to it. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Maggie.
Thanks everybody. Maggie. Have a great weekend.
All right.
Nick. Hey, brother. How are you?
Hey, man. Good. Glad I get to hang out with you for one of these Trade the Opens. Me too. I don't think we've done a Trade the Open together in
a
hot while.
Also, let's get to this real quick. Pharm does not get to own the naming rights to the 5-minute opening range.
Yeah, no, I was explicit.
We are not calling this the Pharm zone.
I don't think I can allow him to take that. Also, never mind. I'm not even gonna recap what kind of was like in my ear as I was slowly booting up my desk here. But yeah, love Pharm. I always love him. We always seem to have similar perspectives on the the volume profile structure. But
yeah, same.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna be in the camp that the 5-minute opening range does exist, because I think we've seen it come into play more often than not. And I think I did a good write-up of saying, like, it has its place. I think the more I've watched PAX trade the 30-second opening range, I get it. And I understand why it works and why in the pits it was so meaningful. I think, expanding it a little further for some traders is probably a good idea. 5 minutes is a good framework for me to see, are we kind of breaking the range a little bit? Are we breaking the opening range? Are we starting to build a trend for the day? Does it look like balance? Like, it just gives me a longer snapshot than whatever you want to call that first 30 seconds sometimes.
Yep. No, same. It also helps me. I mean, it helps me stay out of the market for an extra 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Exactly. I mean, I've been an idiot and fired off the hip in the first 10 seconds before, and it's usually been a stupid paper cut for absolutely no reason, because I think for a lot of traders, if you're not swinging a lot of size and you can't withstand the heat, then there's really no need to jump in there and be pushed around by more institutional order flows. The Phantom of the Order put.
Oh yes, I forgot. Oh, good. Thanks for reminding me. We got to keep that bit. We have to feed that bit. That's important. Okay, good. I should put a post-it around. Make sure we're harping on the Phantom of the.
If you guys missed
Phantom of the Order book,
our bit from midday markets yesterday, there is a new player in the game of futures trading, and it is the Phantom of the Order book. No, but we had a good. There wasn't like it was just like this was just these three being idiots in the middle of the day. But yesterday there was a really weird sequence on the DOM with Mr. 40 lot guy, and it was like perfectly in the hands of us after we said that bit about Phantom of the Order book, and we're talking about Claude trying to make a chapter in my course called Phantom Orders. It all worked, and it just was like a perfect DOM sequence of like, this is just like weird activity from a player that's slinging a little size.
Yeah,
and it was just it was a good one that I still haven't gone back and kind of watched again. I got stopped out, but it was an interesting little thing that we haven't seen very often, and it was just, I think, for a lot of people, just something fun to watch. Some games. Exactly. See, and production's just going to let us run with this bit for some reason.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, happy Thursday, everybody.
Happy Thursday. So what's your plan today? You want to go through some prep?
Why not?
Okay. You go first. And then I'll copy your homework.
Where are we sitting? On the old SPOOs, we are still sitting above last week's low, which for me, like I said, I'm still kind of wanting to sit here and be looking for dips to buy until there's some weird news. I don't know. Someone was talking about the employment data that's still on the books or was coming out this morning, as well as even Adobe earnings that we're possibly waiting for. I don't think the market even gives a crap about Adobe at this point. When I'm
waiting for Photoshop earnings.
I was going to say, if you have seen some of the things that Stowe and I are doing with the AI models there, I'm not a believer in Adobe survives a SaaSmageddon, whatever we're going to call this. I think they are in trouble, to be honest. But I'm actually looking if we can kind of hold above the 67, whatever you want to call it, 6720s and change, last week's low type area. I'm absolutely looking to just buy everything and anything that's potentially available. So with us at the bottom of the range, I mean, I feel foolish not to at least be buying kind of the bottom edge of that pre-gap down from Sunday, which, God, that feels like it was crazy. Now that I'm kind of looking back at this week, that it was so over Sunday night, and then we were very back very quickly. What else is new? So yeah, I'm looking. We're at the bottom of the range. NQ, as long as we're holding kind of above that 800s spot, same thing. Month open even down there towards like the 680s to 700s. I'd happily look for the looking for a dip to buy off the open today if we get another push down. But we've seen so many Thursday morning liquidations that I'm cautiously bullish today. But how many times are we going to keep knocking on these lows before we do finally get a close there? What about you?
Well, Pharm kind of said this, and so did you a little bit. So the ES and NQ are doing slightly different things. I mean, when I look at the pattern of ES just off of that gap down liquidation and what it's doing now, I mean, this is a really good pullback. I mean, it's pulled back to the perfect spot. It ran the previous week low a little bit. From the VWAP band standpoint, like we're not holding inside of the -1 on the monthly. That's the purple guy. And we can start using the monthly today, probably. What the hell day is it? Yeah, it's the 12th, sure. I think ideally coming back down here at 66.98, this would be the best place for me to try to buy. And for that reason, so that would, false breakdown out of this balance area that we've had. If we go back, I mean, we've been in this January. This is, what's this, February 6th? Is this low here at 67.51? I mean, we've been in this balance for forever, and we built all this volume below it. And these turkeys are stuck down here. I would love to see weekly open. I would love to see 66.98 to buy. And that's because when I go to NQ, NQ's right in the middle of everything. So NQ's not messing around at the lows right now. So that means one of two things. Either it's stronger and it's going to carry ES out of the ES lows, or if NQ starts to break down, that's going to push ES off the cliff. Unless the Dow is going to be doing the opposite of NQ today, which is possible. So I don't know. But I love these nodes. I love that this volume is stuck down here now. And we did retest it overnight and rejected it. So that's nice. Yeah, I don't know. But Thursday has my number. How many trend day Thursdays are we've almost never had one. It's the least likely one. So I don't know. We probably just chop around on both sides of this thing today.
It's a weird one. And even just looking, I mean, NQ since Valentine's Day is one of the most disgusting looking things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I honestly, last Q1, last year, Q1, kind of like that January through Valentine's Day, like we had a similar structure of this, but it didn't last for 3 months. We finally broke to the downside, and then Liberation Day continuation further exacerbated it all the way down into whatever, below 5,000. This just feels, I mean, it's more disgusting. It really is. We just won't leave this range, and we are just simply trading 420 level to 420 level. So we're in 420
how
guys.
It works though? Isn't that life? It's just 420 guy to 420 guy. There's one setup in this market, and that's it.
I mean, guys, like why is that the setup? Like, look at this little node down here towards, I mean, the week open is basically 420, 24,420, and the balance range highs, basically 420.
I wish it didn't exist. I wish it wasn't real.
Like why is, like, guys, this same 420 bit, I mean, I know we've made jokes for a long time, but I have been making the 420 guy joke going back to the end of January into February, like well over here. You can't even see it. And it still exists because we haven't left the 1,000-point range that we've been in. So I get to make the 420 guy to 420 guy joke again. And I'm ready for the Thursday morning when we have left this range and I can shut up.
Well, yesterday I was trying to get that. There's another meme in here. The 69 guy too is also a meme on ES. As I was trying to get a short down into 55 yesterday, and got stopped out twice before I finally got it. I was like, "Is this 69 guy a meme too? How many memes am I in the way of right now?"
Like, why is trading this way? Why is this I just whatever. Here we are. Happy Thursday.
Here we are. How's the chat doing? Should
Yeah,
we read
chat.
anything?
Good morning.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Gold doing anything interesting? No.
Who we got in
not
here in
really.
the morning? I haven't done a morning in 1,000 years. Good morning, Larry. Larry wants to ask me a question about Lucid. I guess you can. I don't really know how much more I'll know about it than anybody else. Is now a good time? No, I'm
There's always
extremely
a good time.
busy.
Someone asked me a question too.
What do you got?
Nick, I had a chance to go through some of your playbook, and if you don't mind going through your indicators on your chart, I would very much appreciate it. Sure.
There you go.
Let me pull back my other one. Give me a second here. I'm on my long time frame stuff. I've learned my fix for this breaking when I try to come on in the mornings and suddenly load a bunch of long time frame charts with volume profile for 90, 120 days is don't do that on my execution workspace. So I got to reload it. That one might take a second. There we go. So very simple. My candles will repaint the, I would say, extreme delta thresholds based on 500 volume candles. All of my candles are volume based rather than time based, at least the current way I'm using them. But they'll repaint when we reach certain extremes of that 500 volume. So when they're blue, we're on more of a extreme positive delta threshold for that 500 volume of said candle. And then when they're red, obviously they're the opposite, but to the sell side. Then you have a leg-to-leg volume profile, a leg-to-leg delta profile, as well as the sessions volume profile, which hasn't printed yet for the session. This is just the current swing leg that we're on from here up towards the 900s down to where we're currently trading. So about whatever, 200 points, 100 something points there. And then the rest is pretty much just market generated information. My squiggly lines is the RTH VWAP as well as the overnight VWAP. And then just some basic MGI. Last week's levels, the current sessions levels, and a few other little OFL, secret sauce, MGI levels. Pretty basic. I haven't touched my execution chart in a while. I've learned this is like a good medium. When I start throwing random other crap on here, my brain turns off. And I start looking for things to happen at every line on my chart, which is just a massive mistake.
Yep. Sure is.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, that's a classic one for me.
Do I have tick replay on my execution chart? No, I do not. As I said, simple is better for my ape brain. I even wrote that. I even said, like, sometimes just smooth braining it is a better way to do this for a lot of people. Just remove everything. Start with like 1 hour candles and volume profile and go from there. Rebuild how you see the charts if you're feeling stuck.
Larry's question is about a consistency rule in general. I actually just talked about this in one of my patterns and static videos that when I'm trading props, I really benefit from a consistency rule. But yeah, there's lots of, you can watch that video if you want to, Larry, or you can, there's a bunch of like documentation on their website about how the consistency rule is calculated. It's what I recommend is figure out what your consistency rule needs to be and use a daily profit target as that number that just turns your account off when you hit it. That's what I do. I either set that in the trade copier I use, trade copier. They probably hate that we say that, Nick. Or every time I do it, I'm like, oh man, are they gonna get bummed? I hope not, because I think them.
I think that's a very casual bit that just adds more flavor to it.
Well, have you ever had somebody be like, man, that I really hate that you do that, and your only defense is, I thought it was funny.
What else is new, man? We're random small trading personalities on the internet. If we don't make ourselves laugh in this, then why are we doing this?
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, Larry, just set that as your just set that in the back end, either of Trade of it, or on a trade copier if you're using a trade copier. And if you're already making the loot, then you're good. And I mean, for some people, for me, it helps me be consistent. It helps me walk away from the chart. It helps me with my give back rule. So I carry that over into when I'm trading cash or when I'm trading prop.
Lito, I've always just cross traded, if that makes any sense. I look at NQ for everything and just have it execute on MNQ. It just, I've always just felt it's because I think Leo has said this too. Like when you change the settings, like you've got to do whatever, like 2,500. I think he does 2,500 volume on his candles for MNQ. I just am like, I don't even want to look at that or think about that. I'd rather just execute and know that there's probably a little bit of slippage sometimes if I market order in or I scale into MNQ. What I'm seeing, I may be off by a point or two, and that's fine. That's because I'm sized down and I'm likely scaling in with micros for a reason. And there's no problem with me feeling like I didn't get the best fill as I'm building into, let's call it maybe the size of one MIDI if I'm actually trading micros.
Yeah, I have no desire to look at the delta of the micros.
I think it's a different equation, and at the end of the day, it's another mechanism. But I'd rather look at the larger contract, not the big NQ, but the mini NQ.
Iran's new leader is talking. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, all Tracy had some headline from Trump.
Oh, what you got, Tracy? More important to me, Iran is stopped than high oil price. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, BDW. Yes, I think I just said that on the NQ version, but yeah, I think that's what a lot of us do, which is just there are settings in certain charting platforms just to cross trade, where it'll just execute on the micro, and you can basically still be watching the Stowe, the mini. God, my brain is slowly turning on here. I woke up I did not wake up at 4:45 this morning. I woke up at 6, and my brain is like not fully on yet.
Mm-hmm.
Getting there, but we are getting a little bit of a push lower here into the open.
What time is it? All right, 9:21. Okay. Somebody put business duck up for me. I gotta get one more coffee. One of the problems with doing the morning show is I'm like 3 coffees behind right now. So this is my final coffee. Business duck me, please.
Yeah, my caffeine came in much later this morning. There's a business duck. There was another question that I wanted to answer. I gotta find it. Hey, business duck. I have a much simpler question. How do you put initials at the end of lines? Example, previous day low. I believe you can adjust your naming convention or how it appears, the appearance of said squiggly lines in NinjaTrader or just about any other platform that you have MGI for. You can adjust the naming conventions. If not, build your own or find a better one. But the weekly MGI that you see on here on my charts, like previous week value area low, that's a free indicator that you guys can plug in today if you really want.
Nick, did you see that I had I did the time change wrong for the London Open, and I was looking at like 2 hours in the wrong direction for 2 days.
Really?
Yeah, I was.
Oh yeah, okay, well, let's just get this out of the way. It's really dumb that the entire world, first of all, still does daylight savings as it is. But then the fact that we all can't, as a human race, just agree, hey, this is the one day. This is the 2 days a year. If we're going to be stupid and change clocks, like we're going to all do it on the same day. And I purely say this as just traders who don't want to have to yell at their European friends and tell them they're stupid while they're calling us stupid for having a different day than they do. This is the debate with my Euro friends that I trade with. That just, we speak in different languages. I speak in Big Macs and gallons of oil, and they use liter of cola and whatever.
Yeah, the metric system is a total scam for sure.
Yes. They're using Kelvin, and I'm on, Big Macs and bald eagles.
I mean, we ran right back into that 67.20 spot, and that also happened to be where London opened. And this is a good day. This is a very decisive London Open. Barely any time spent below, straight out of it to the upside. So now I'm seeing that revisit with a delta flip. If they're gonna do this to me 5 minutes before the open, that's gonna be annoying. But sometimes it is what it is.
Someone's asking, can you please tell us what video would be the best place to learn how to use NinjaTrader platform? I think Mike has put out good content. I think they even did a live webinar for some of that stuff. I don't know if there's a good link that our lovely mods in the chat can throw out there. That'd be a good place for everybody to try to start learning NinjaTrader. But I think Mike has put out some good content.
Yeah, I mean, Google's really your friend. I'm still using that. I still ask the internet lots of questions, and it will always take you to some sort of NinjaTrader forum post where someone has asked that question, and then there's usually a link to somewhere in the NinjaTrader documentation that you can just filter into. So that's what I do when I'm trying to figure something out.
The one thing that's awesome about the trading community is I even think they make this claim. I'm like, nothing I'm talking about is like revolutionary here. If you are willing to search for it, you can find this stuff. And that's the best part about the trading world is like, there's people that have put a ton of stuff out there for free, including us and, more to come. But there's always just a quick Google search away, and you can usually find one or two things, at least get you started. Hey, Salma. Good morning.
Hey, Salma, what's up?
Oh, there we go. See, that's why I love our production admins. Right there. A good intro playlist to start.
Nice.
Four minutes away from the open.
Yeah, we could use moon cycles instead of time zones. That would be cool if you want.
Might as well. Never mind. I was gonna lean into that and make an Elliott Waves joke, but now I'm not gonna do that.
We still have an hour and a half. Let's not piss everybody off right away. Let's wait. Let's stagger it throughout the morning. Oh yeah, this is a good time to plug the meetup. So sign up. There's a link in the chat there. Go in there, tell us what city you live in. That's all the details we're asking. No, nothing invasive, just what city you might be in, so that we can maybe figure out how to come hang out with you. And if we get enough dots on the thing, I talked to Shab on the phone last night. She said definitely we can get a tour bus, and definitely XY has to come and sleep on a bunk bed right next to me, in totally violation of his personal space. It was guaranteed. So, but you guys have to respond to that poll in order for me to be able to make XY uncomfortable for about a week and a half. It seems like a win-win all around. And I know that he's not awake right now, so I'm free to talk like this as much as I want to.
Oh yeah, he's
That's
taking
the other
his
benefit.
because since he'll be back tomorrow morning, I assume. I think he usually is.
Yeah.
To trade the open, he's getting a much needed day of sleep where he's just gonna roll in and just be like, "What happened today?"
Spooning optional. It's not optional. It's not optional.
It's funny how you think we're all residing in the US. We don't. That's why one of the meetups this year is likely going to be in London.
I got to get my passport renewed.
I know. I do too.
Okay.
I'm also at some point supposed to be going to South Africa in the next 2 years. So it's like, I should probably get on that because my wife also needs hers renewed since she changed her last name, as well as I think hers is now expired. So yeah, I'm kind of screwed.
There's some pretty good companies that like,
can I just pay somebody like $500 just to do all of it for me?
I don't know about for yourself, but I know for name change, like marriage stuff, there's some companies that like just do the entire batch of everything you could possibly need. And so your wife just sends in like marriage certificate and checks all the boxes of like change all this stuff for me. And they just ship that all out for you.
I think she's done everything except the passport because there was like something else that needed to happen with the passport. And so we never did that one. And then I realized then mine's expired. And then I was like, okay, so this is actually now like an ordeal that I have to now figure out. And when I had it, I was in last time I had to where I got it, I was in Tucson and there's actually an office there that prints them. So like it could be expedited in like 2 days. You can do the whole process because it's actually like the physical passport office, and they do like the border crossing cards there because you are so close to Mexico. But yeah, it's like one of the main offices that passports or Department of Homeland Security, whatever it is, like they all sit there. So it just gets things processed immediately versus sitting in the mail and waiting weeks. We got to do that.
We're just gonna tick the bottom in this range like that, 720. Just gonna nuzzle right up against it.
Guys, I have a real ID. I have global entry and a TSA pre-check. That's a little different though. You still need a passport last time I checked. I thought that only worked for like,
I assume.
I always thought that only worked for like Mexico and Canada, like the real ID thing.
It doesn't work for London.
Yeah. All right, we are open, folks. Trade safe out there.
Let's go. Yeah, book's still quite thin on the old ES, so plenty of room for me over here.
All right, it's my chart. What is going on? We doing this again?
You got struggles?
I feel like I'm a few ticks behind here.
Struggle bus.
All right, let me F5 this and try again.
We got 311. Six ninety. Still cruising down here. There's definitely a buy right there in the 20s. Definitely somebody trying to party right there. Let's see. Yep. Refreshed. We're not even gonna run this. We're not even gonna run this guy. Come on, yes. Don't be like this. At least give him a shot lower.
Yes, wants to ruin Christmas already.
There you go. Let's
put God, do we have rollover next week?
Probably. I don't know. Time is a flat circle, Nick. It's going very fast.
Wait, or is no? What week is it? Oh, wait, is rollover? No, it is next week.
Is it?
It's got to be next week.
Okay. 52.75.
Because the spread is 3 points, roughly.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim says yes. So.
Morning, Jim.
Oh God, I hate rollover weeks.
Here
we go. Because like by like Friday, even like the volume gets a little thin on March, and then all the shenanigans start.
Even that little node. Like that.
Morning, Jim. Gabriel, I use volume candles. I don't know. I think Stowe does too, or are you using time these days?
Nah, never. Death before time candles.
So just XY with his 1 minute candles.
Yeah. I use 3,000 for ES. And 500 for NQ. I should actually hold on. I might buy this. I may have hesitated answering that question. Nards.
All right. Well, it looks like my
Nards
are actually accurate now. So if I'm looking for a trade, I can find one.
That was my scalp. It's okay. Yeah. See, bid's still here. 18 guy, but it's doing violent things.
Can you guys talk about the best time to to rollover. I'm new to futures trading, and this would be my first rollover. Thank you. So a good thing to do is watch, if you are first starting this, watch what other traders do. I historically have always waited to waited for when more than 51% of the volume is on the next contract. But I've also historically barely traded the week of rollover or not traded at all sometimes because the volume is split. And when you're an order flow trader, when you're looking at things like Delta, it just gets a little wonky during rollover week. So I usually wait to see when that volume has flipped. Sometimes it's on Monday morning. Sometimes it's Wednesday of next week. It just kind of depends. And they're up and away and gone, but still got it.
I did.
I was talking about rollover and not trading. But yeah, you can roll over. Monday is usually just a decent rule of thumb, but I always keep it light. Rollover weeks is one thing I'd recommend to any newer trader. The book just gets thin and kind of jumpy, if that's probably the most simplistic way I can describe the week.
Yeah. You have to think about like, where is your edge? If your edge is in watching order flow, rollover week is probably like the worst week of all time for you, because order flow is split between, it's like everything you look at is in two places at the same time. So I don't love that rejection right there.
And you get a lot of false signals too, because some people with larger positions could have to close out of one contract and reopen another. So it's just like, that doesn't actually mean that they're shorting the market there or buying here. It just means that they're rolling their position potentially.
Whoops.
So just weird things happen. That's why I just don't love next week to trade as actively as I normally do. To be clear, which one you guys are trading this week? We're both still on March.
Yeah. It's rollover next week, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, rollover usually happens, like volume-based rollovers usually occur on Monday or Tuesday.
And if you're using Ninja, they probably are going to prompt you unless you have it set to not.
Yeah, they'll yell at you for sure.
You'll be like, hey, there's more volume on June. You should probably be trading that.
NQ's doing the thing right now.
It is. They're going to send
if these 810s hold, I assume the Dow is being a pain in the ass. Something's going on.
Rakesh, good morning, sir.
Nice. Is Rakesh long?
Oh, yeah. He's telling us to be very long.
Okay. Well, I'm as long as I can be, but I hate it.
Wouldn't mind.
I might have picked the wrong index.
What is ES partying?
No. NQ is partying. ES is just stuck down here.
Oh, you're trading ES. I don't know why I thought you were in NQ. What happened to my jams?
Gotta have the jams, dude.
Yeah. I feel bad that because I'm trading on vibes with music in the background and nobody else is hearing my music. It's a different perspective when you think about that.
Yeah, man, it's great. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
Watching this 20 again. I'll add one. Then I will scalp out of that there. I don't love that we're at the we're below the open print at the moment. But I like this 18 guy. There's definitely a buyer there. Only thing I can do is just try to hang out and party with them. So, I mean, yeah, trade's paid for if I keep my stop loss here. I've scalped out of 2 lots. So I'm going to try to hold on to it. And Q's probably going to come back and this is going to smoke me up, but that's cool. I'm just going to hold on because this is a higher time frame idea. We have a gap to fill, previous day low. So I'm just going to hold on for previous day low. See what happens. Done. Smart Trader Paulo, this is my thought process. We are at the bottom of a range that we have been in for 9 billion years. And there was a buyer here. You could see it on a plugin, or you could see it on the Delta volume profile. This also was some stuff pre-market. So I'll break down this whole trade idea. This is the London 30-second opening range. I like to look at it for directional bias just to see what London may have been up to. And what this told me is London spent a little bit of time below it and then just rocketed out of it all night. All night they're up here partying. So this is a ton of inventory up here that London session is responsible for, right? All the way up here. Pre-market, we come back down. We test the actual London Open itself, and this is some good indicator activity. This is a delta flip. We see this candle flip from very heavy negative delta to very heavy positive delta. So this tells me there's like a bunch of confluences running together at the same time. London Open was pretty bullish. Just, I don't mean bullish high time frame, just like in the moment. And then we come down here. This buyer's still here. We get down here. We look below. Leave this. We were leaving a little volume shelf until we got this retest. But we came back above, and this got great. This got slammed, and someone hit the bid really hard right here at 67.18. Right here. So I bought. Good party on, Wayne. The water's warm. So I marketed in right here, scalped one out, added here at 21 once we came down and retested, and that's still rejected. Scalped out of that. So I'm basically, my trade idea is let's go fill the gap. I have paid for this trade and made a little bit of money. If I take a full stop out on this, which I can probably put right there. If I take a full stop out on this, we're still in the green. So that's it.
It's a beautiful plugin you have there.
Yeah, I like it.
Had some sellers trying to push us to RTH VWAP there and got immediately just gobbled up with everything. So jumped along with them. See if I get stopped out here below the RR mid.
NQ's doing the thing.
It is. But I don't love that we're just continuing to consolidate here and keep rejecting off the OR high. And this is the 5-minute OR high. So clearly matters to somebody.
It's not the farm zone or whatever. The farm tunnel. Whatever we were calling that. No, Mr. Market, I'm not short. I'm long. I'm long from 67.21. It's coming back on me.
Come on, buyers. Nope.
I mean, NQ back to 775. I'm not afraid to get back in this thing again either. So
here's the RTH open right here. I got stopped.
All right.
Did not love that we just rejected again off.
I put one more on. 67.19 guy. Still there partying.
What is my daily loss limit? It depends. Depends on what account I'm trading. I mean, I haven't historically traded props recently, or not historically. I haven't traded props recently in the last few months, but I'm different with those than I am with my personal. But it depends. There's a lot of situations where it's like if I'm if I'm trading the open and I am wrong like 3 trades in a row, and they're not like just me trying to feel out some paper cuts, like scaling in and just like, no, don't really like this. If I am conviction trading and I'm like wrong 3 times in a row, I'm probably done. It doesn't matter the size to me anymore.
Just keep slamming it.
Because usually at that point, I'm just not seeing things well.
Okay. And Q's right at that spot where I would like it to bounce as well. So if we could all get together, Quick prayer circle. Chat. Hello. I need you. Prayer circle.
Yeah, this looks like it's drifting lower. Still want to buy this though.
There we go. A little more. Mr. Bid. Mr. Bid. Hop on up there, bud.
Guys, where do you get those indicators on your screen? Well, some of them are paid, some of them are free. But
Okay.
some you can build yourself if you
Good spot
with the
for the stop.
order flow indicators from NT. Some are from Order Flow Labs. And some of them are free.
RIP.
Stopped.
Stopped.
Well, we'll see. Got the month open down there at 680. We take out the overnight low. Maybe we're gonna make a violent trip lower first.
I mean, I give ES a couple chances. It's a zone I'm willing to party in for a second. As long as this buyer keeps showing up. Maybe not. Oh, nope.
Bob,
Nope.
that's because your prop account, you're not paying for level 2 data. Technically, you would need to have it in whatever account because you're signing in the SIM account, likely on your prop, which is only giving you level 1 data.
Thank you for the good vibes, cause it didn't happen. But we still had a good trade. We still had a good trade. That is a trade that was good, well executed and planned. Very grouchy now.
Getting a little spicy. Someone's angry.
Woo!
Is it the Phantom again?
Oh my! Wanna? Yeah, something is very upset.
Rakesh, where are you? We need to keep buying this. I got stopped with Rakesh.
He did that thing where he went back to
He
sleep.
probably covered at the OR high. He's like, no, not there. I'm out. And then left me alone to just take the brunt of this.
No, he's that meme that he's the stopped in 5 minutes, back to sleep meme.
Yep.
Yep.
Ooh, there's somebody. Down there at 710s.
Yeah, now at this point, I'm just waiting for the overnight low to happen. We get this close to it. I'm like, all right.
Sir, I'll have you know right now, there is somebody trying to step in on NQ here to prevent the overnight low from being tagged already, just
It's
like
fine.
yesterday morning.
It's fine. But yeah, I mean, somebody just came in and slapped that, but ES is so pissed.
We better not do that again.
There's liquidity at 05 too, so it's like, yeah.
Okay,
just
we're gonna
go
take
get
it
'em.
out. Good. Go do that. Take the month open. Take the V range. Like let's just take it all out so I can feel better about longing or looking for a reoffer. Yeah, sellers are walking this down right now.
Yeah.
There's the month open on NQ.
Trying to watch this spot here. Try a little cheeky long. I don't love. Whoa. That worked.
Yep. I need to. Oh no, come back. It's gone.
And it's gone.
It was like I was like moving my hand to the mouse to mark it in, and it already jumped like 17 points in that split second. I was like, oh, okay. That's fun.
Now this is a really counter trend. This is a very counter trend trade for me. So we got half off. And this could just be the thing that happens in markets that go down are you get these little blips of let's call them joy from buyers, and they often happen right in front of short targets. And if you're like me and spent a lot of 2022 learning how to trade, you also spent a lot of money seeing a lot of buyers show up and getting along with them. And what eventually happened, dude, how sick would it be to fill this gap from here? What eventually happened is by the time 2022 was over, you realized that those were just shorts covering, and that sellers exiting position is also buying. And so that's a good lesson to learn.
Yeah, like that's what you see on moves like that. That's why sometimes I love like not trend days to the downside, but just like violent moves down, because it makes those reflexive in that look like in real time, like very stupid ideas to long. But that's the type of counter trend trade. That's like, I'm not looking for this to be like, I'm calling bottom here. I'm looking for some kind of reflexive move off some level of a bid, whatever it was that came in, whether it was a short closing out or a real buyer stepping in. It's like those powerful rebound moves on trends down are fun to trade. They're fun for, I guess, day traders to kind of get in and out of position quick. Like, here you go. Stowe caught it. NQ's ready to party. Took out the month open and is gone without
Everybody's partying right now. ES is lit. Now, this is, I mean, you have to think about, if you're doing counter trend stuff, you have to start to think about like, watch for your cover spot. You don't need the home run. It would be awesome to get previous day low, of course. But I have to watch for selling activity at the places where it should happen, which is back up here at the RTH Open, which is right here at the OR mid. We're getting delta flip to the downside. So I'm going to cover, I mean, but we're back above this 67.19 guy, which is why I was trying to bid, but we might just be bailing him out. Okay, he's stepping back in. Okay. I like that. I like pulling back and having the bid refresh there. That's good. I will get out right there. That's fine. Yep. That's a ton of points. If it wants to zip out of here from here and go fill the gap, that's cool. But counter trend scalp to the upside on a down day. Happy to get stopped there. Nice. Okay.
We're not even going to touch VWAP or RTH Open there on NQ to give me a chance to get reoffer in? Nope. No. That's it. That's all you're going to get.
Dude. Hell yeah. That was a great trade.
Hell of a cover, sir.
Thank you. I'm pumped on that.
God.
You had to be fast to grab this. This dude jumped in quick.
Yeah, that reoffer came in real fast.
Yes, it did. Yep. So this is a good example of, yeah. So there was a big bid. He came in. This is a good trade to take, but you have to be cognizant of the entire context of the day. We spent most of the time below the RTH Open in ES. We dropped down, retested the volume, the majority of the volume that had been auctioned. So you could call it like the auction. So we went back up here to fair value, and sellers said, nope, this is still too expensive. Goodbye. And for those reasons, I'm out. Oh, yeah, I mean, and NQ got hammered, didn't it? Ooh.
Gonna make a new low here in a second.
Cool.
Let's do it.
Nice.
Yes, losing 6,700. Not ideal.
The vibes, yes, Cause Perone. The vibes do work. The vibes vibe occasionally.
It felt really dumb to type that out and put it out there publicly. That some aspect of this is vibes.
Yeah.
But I translated it back to like screen time, and then you can feel the vibes, and then it's like muscle memory and pattern recognition. And I was like, that's what vibes actually kind of means.
That's crazy that you just said that. Yeah, I was immediately going to say vibes is just another way to say screen time.
Yep.
That's it. And you also get like, I don't know, like I did that. We both talked through our morning prep thing. So we do that little thing and you're like, okay. So you give yourself a little like, it's like a little pep talk, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, okay, if I'm being honest, this is what the market is kind of up to today. So then you just have like, I don't know, you have a playbook, you have systems that are in place to take kinds of trades, which is like, I don't know, it can be very easy. Stuff like overnight low runs and you see a buyer, get in for a scalp. And like, this is really all this trade is just like watch overnight low, buyer shows up. And I have cool indicators that help me see exhaustion and when bid dominance and ask dominance changes in these candles. So just click the button. And yeah, that's it. It's really not that deep. Okay, Rakesh is long in queue right now. Godspeed, man. Godspeed. I'm not interested in this trade again. Personally.
Nope. Go without me. I'd rather take it another time.
It's still very heavy. The whole thing is extremely heavy.
Somebody was trying to step in there and we were about to get run over. So I jumped out. Quick 5-point loss.
Poor Rakesh. Rakesh literally getting curb stomped right now by the offer.
I mean, guys, like this would not be if we really got if we lose 6,700 with some force here, like this is not weird. Like to think we might actually get a trend day to the downside and go tag the week open.
Yeah, poor Rakesh. Sorry, homie.
Especially when Trump's saying he cares more about the defeating Iran than he does about the price of oil right now.
It's a good try, but like I think the try is there on attempt 1. I don't know. Who knows? That everybody on both sides can make money today. For sure, with the amount of tweeting and weirdness that's going to be out there.
God, they're trying again.
I don't know.
I just don't want to do that again.
No, I'm good. I'm done. I'm done buying it.
I mean, the spot was okay. If you were sitting on your hands and you weren't brave enough to buy that low with Stowe, I mean, this is the easy trade. It happened quick, but that reoffer is the trade you want to get in on if you missed, let's call it the short from the top ropes off like the 800 area. Like if you weren't in that trade and you were kind of waiting, like the only real trade entry the market has given you that you would feel decent about was this one with the stop kind of somewhere above the RTH VWAP there, but that was quick. You couldn't hesitate on that trade.
Yeah, and it didn't. If you're looking at NQ, it didn't pull back as far as I would have liked to see it get at all. I would have liked to see at least 790. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, it didn't even make it back to the OR mid.
Yeah. Like the reoffer is all the way up to 800 technically, like 799. Like you could have easily got in there. Like this little LVN right here would be like the prime spot for us to, the low off that little consolidation off the open. But we'll see where this goes.
Mia asked, I wouldn't like a reclaimed long of overnight low. Yeah, like not really. it's really selling right now. If the tape changed, like maybe, but all my stuff is like, this is vibes. So excuse me, it's not quantified. But when this trade like this works and then immediately comes back and we make a lower low, like I just don't, leaning on this is going to be precarious for me because I've already taken one counter trend trade successfully. I'm really not trying to just spend the whole day against the grain. So now I need to think, do I want to be a seller or do I want to take these good trades and just hang out for a while? And that's kind of what I want to do. Because this market, I don't know if you guys have noticed, it's been a little hard to trade.
What? Are you telling me that this multiple weeks of consolidation here, this nonsense chart, which we should go full screen here, would be the cue for Nick's chart for a second? You're telling me this is not fun structure and easy trading? A month plus of consolidation is not simple?
Yeah.
What?
Some would call that the thing that nightmares are made of, frankly.
Yes. I mean, it's so simple, Stowe. You long the bottom, you short the top, and you're never wrong.
Oh, Lord. But Mia, I mean, it doesn't mean that if that's your setup in there, like, go ahead and take it. It might, but what constitutes a reclaim? Are we doing it right now? Because this just looks like really aggressive, somebody running into somebody at 708. So, like, I'd like to see what happens to this bid. And if this...
the bid is out there.
The bid is definitely out there. But it's also getting slammed back in its own face a lot, too. So if you caught it, it's a good time to take some profit. If this band can flatten out, I mean, look at this. This is a freaking mess, dude.
I mean, it's just more of the same range.
Let's see if NQ can get back above its overnight low. I also would be watching both of them because NQ is kind of in its feelings at the moment. We'll see if it can zip above its overnight low.
It is the 10 a.m. manipulation phantom.
Ah, okay.
They're really not going to let the bit die.
Thank you. I appreciate
I can't, in some way, their
dedication is out there.
They're just like egging us on to continue this stuff. I wouldn't mind if like 660s holds, this little node that we kind of built down here. If that holds, I wouldn't mind trying along again.
But now we'll see if this 18 guy defends from the other side.
Right. Workplace templates look similar. Are they NinjaTrader or custom? These are technically the Orbital Labs templates on steroids that Stowe and I have completely customized ourselves.
Yeah, the Tiger makes everything for me. Also, some of these if I was not streaming, these numbers wouldn't be this big. Like my eyesight is not that bad. It's not great.
I don't know. I guess when I look at it on my other chart normally, which is I guess a little lower, I don't. It's a slightly different view. I change it just to try to make it better on the screen. It's also in like a shrunken version, so it comes through better versus my wides. Because I have whatever like the widescreen monitors, which does not come across well when streaming on YouTube's frame rate and stuff. So. Yeah, they did do me dirty. Come on. I that happened yesterday too. Just it is what it is. I did say that. I'm like, we got to lose 6,700 cleanly, and we bounced right off of it. Kind of wicked below it and came back and yes.
He has a lot more balancey than NQ is. NQ is doing almost like perfect trend down stuff right now. This could be a good time to wait for the complete other side of this range. However, this candle pattern right here on ES This is called the piss missile.
Yes.
I mean, everything straight up. No one winning, no pullbacks. Just piss missile straight to the moon. So it might be locking out.
That looks like a pretty good low in ES, I got to be honest.
Yeah.
But right back to the OR mid. NQ right here to RTH view up, OR low.
I think that's what I wanted to buy pre-market. Yeah, right here. So the weekly -1 on ES 66.98. Room will confirm that I called that before market open. Room is you guys.
The room caught it too.
Room is printing money right now. Yeah, so I mean that's a good spot, but we're still in the lower monthly band now. So this is good for buyers. This is bad for buyers. So we're stuck in the middle. But yeah, that's not bad. I guess I took that scalp a little early, but when it comes to ideas like this, if I've already caught it, even if this didn't hit, if I already caught 15 points off of something, like I'm not chasing this forever. All right, I made it to the other side of value.
12 points lower than I wanted.
Are you in there? You got your VWAP party.
Yeah, I wanted like 730s. I'm in at 22. So if it stops me out, I could get back in.
Okay. Let's go, baby.
Like, let's go down to 660s. Like, that's kind of what I'm looking for. See if they want to party. Back down here.
Do you think Rakesh is a financial advisor? Is that why he's telling everybody to do this?
Is Rakesh long again? He bought it 30 contracts waiting for another low.
Bye, guys.
Wait, if you bought it, why you want another low, Rakesh? Did you already cover? Or you want to add more?
That's a pretty big sweep.
I'm also watching ES.
Folks,
don't love that.
While we execute flawlessly in the world's most difficult market to trade, could you please smash the likes for us? It helps YouTube know that you like what you're seeing on the screen. And then it probably shows it to other people who might also like it. And we are on the march to 200,000 subscribers, which is fun. I think they give you a little plaque or something. And Deli told me that if we make it to 200K, he's gonna let me have the plaque at my house for like a month or two. So
it's gonna be like the Stanley Cup.
Yes, we can all pass it around.
Yep.
So thank you for your support and for hitting the like button. And make sure you're subscribed. It also is free.
There we go.
That's a funny joke, Dave. Woo! Are you going to take any profit at overnight low, or where are you going right now?
I'm only
zero?
Only in one. But yeah,
okay.
Holding for 0.
Okay.
No, I want like 680s down to 660s, somewhere in there. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't mind just even taking the overnight low just to let me get back to scratch on the day and kind of go from there. But I don't love my entry, and there we go. Gosh.
Hey, Hitman, what's up, brother? You disagree with the premise that this is difficult to trade. Well, good for you, dude.
No.
Have you just been selling an Iron Condor outside of this range for the last 3 months? If so, congratulations. You are now the president of Theta Gang, and you win the award for most Theta collected.
No, I cut it because I hate my 720s entry. I would have rather been at 730s. which would make me feel more comfortable still sitting in this.
Yeah, it sucks when you get in at the point of control. You're like, really? Is this my fill? This is what I get.
Well, it's like that same thing. Like, yeah, sometimes you just hesitate in NQ and then you mark it, and then it's like, oh, here's 10 points lower because F you.
No, Bullhead, Hitman's actually a good trader. We're buds. So I can confirm he can trade.
Roll over here. Yes, struggling at the aura mid. Rakesh, I was looking for a reoffer. I was trying to get long down there and got stopped.
Hitman. You too afraid to buy key level? Don't care. Call your mom. That one's for the OGs.
Yes, I closed. It's time to enter. Yeah, someone probably is. As soon as I flattened out, it's like, all right, now I can enter because it's going to go without him. Some days my timing on the show is great. Start executing. Some days I'm like a half second distracted, and it does not work in my favor.
Yep.
That's the fun of streaming, guys.
Yeah, some of us are old enough to remember that. Are we completely correlated to oil right now, or is it just ish?
I would say ish.
Okay.
Because like oil's back up 8% today, and we're bouncing off the lows, still up. I don't know.
Okay.
Remember that? I mean, there was that weird time where we were very correlated. Like if you looked at the SPOOs, it was, I think maybe it was 2022 or 2023. It was like a direct
22, and it was
inverse
a freaking nightmare. Yes.
to like Dixie at one point, like for a month, it was directly just inverse to the dollar, which was just dumb.
Yes.
Same other times it's been like that way. I feel like for like TLT, like you look at the charts and it was that way. Like bonds and equities were trading in tandem that way. It might be oil for this week. Who knows?
Okay. Yeah, when oil is correlated in any way with the S&P, inversely or otherwise, I have a bad time. That's just something that happens. When it's over there doing its own thing, I do much better in this world.
One of these days, though, I'm going to have the balls to actually enter a trade that I talk about to friends or family. Like me texting my brother with oil on Sunday at like 110. So I was like, I'm maybe an idiot, but I may want to nibble a swing short here. And then it liquidates like 30% from there in 24 hours. It's like the basic instinct. I didn't want to do that with silver, though. That was what was the parabolicness of that. I was like, I ain't touching it. But something about oil, I think it was more like looking at the December contracts and seeing just how much lower like you could sell December for. Like it just made more sense as the hedging stuff.
Yeah.
Like against the physical commodity kind of thing, where I was just like, something about this just sticks out a little bit. Versus I guess with silver, I was just like, I don't want to be any part of this.
The thing I liked about oil short more than a silver short was, well, I understand that like I don't think silver has the same like global implications. No. And so there I don't know what that edge alert is, but whenever something appears like the world is going to implode because this is happening, there is a big part of me that, and I don't know what this is, if it believes that we're in a simulation run by lizards, or if I just believe that as soon as everybody knows about something, it has a less likelihood of becoming true.
That weirdly is there's a psychological aspect to that. I swear to God.
But the amount of people that I like accounts out of the woodwork on Sunday that were like, we are going to oil 200.
Yes.
The S&P is going to 0. These are the circuit breakers. Well, I can't help but feel like there's no way that's going to happen now.
Yep. As soon as I woke up Monday morning, I sent you a few of the of the circuit breaker things, and I was like, okay, it's going to be one of those days. And I
Yeah.
was super bullish and I was long from 24,300s and paper handed the crap out of it. And
Well, I just went to
joked-
Costco. I didn't even want to trade because
I went
had
to Costco on Tuesday.
hell yeah, $1.50 still.
$1.50 still.
Yes, sir. Sure is. Man, there's nothing like that hot dog. You sit there, you pull your giant cart filled with everything you just nuked all of your money on, and you sit there next to your giant cart and you eat your hot dog and you feel like the king of America at that moment.
I am also now on team executive hour.
Same.
That was the greatest hour at Costco. There was nobody there.
Yep.
At 9:15, and I wasn't doing the show that day, so I was like, let me go get some of my errands done because I really didn't feel like actively trading the open after the Monday.
Yep.
So that was a lot of fun. There was nobody there, and there was a $10 chocolate Easter bunny, 10-pound, $150 Easter bunny of chocolate. And then I couldn't help but think back to the parabolic move in cocoa. Maybe it was like in 2024 or 2025. And that was where I went. I'm like, this seems expensive, to be honest. And then I remembered that. I was like, we had that crazy move in cocoa, I think, last year.
Do you think somewhere there's like cocoa bugs that like that year they just went and hoarded a bunch of chocolate and they've got it in a freezer somewhere?
I don't know. I don't know if it works that way, but I couldn't help but think that when I saw a 10-pound, $150 Easter bunny and couldn't think like that seems expensive for 10 pounds of chocolate.
In the new world order, this Easter bunny is going to be king. I got to buy all the cocoa possible. Invest in physical cocoa.
Trader Mike, yes, that is my Costco of choice.
JP Morgan has short sold more cocoa than exists.
Yes. All right. I may try the short again. Let's see what yes does.
All right. Oh.
Can you get me a little higher?
I don't, Chubby Panda, I don't just like to fade the crowd. Because also the opposite works. I just don't, when I'm just, maybe it's my anarchist. It's still sitting in there. 14-year-old me is like, that's not going to happen, man. Is this the real triple, quadruple P? Is that the real P times 4 down there? Are you watching this show right now? What's up, homie? That ain't you.
All right, let's roll over now for
Did you get in?
I'm in.
Hell
A much
yeah.
better position.
Nice
at
work,
35s.
homie.
That's also why I scratched it. I would have been stopped out anyway. Yes, needs to break this 18 guy.
Yeah, let's see what happens. So, okay, so London close is 10:30 now.
Oh yeah, no,
Yes.
11:30.
No, it used to be 11:30.
We're back to 10:30.
All right. So I was on Kane and Selma, and Kane. So I moved my London Open to 4 a.m. Eastern time, and Kane was like, "You're an idiot. It's 2 a.m. Eastern time as opposed to 3 a.m. Eastern time." So I'm like, okay. So I needed to move backwards, but I thought because I sprung forwards, I needed to spring London forwards. So now I really don't know what's going on. Is London
It's 12:30 p.m. Eastern time is the Euro close.
Wait a minute. So I was right, and Kane, who was in actual England, was wrong about the time change?
Kane's moving. That was his excuse yesterday for something. I couldn't
So
remember what
we
were talking about.
sprung
He's like, "I'm
forward,
moving."
so I got closer to London, right? So when I moved to 4 a.m., that was correct.
I don't know about the London Open. I just know the London close.
How did
Is now
I let them
Central.
talk me into this?
I don't know, but I have enough Euro friends that trade in Discords and things that are like, no, it's you guys are weird because you changed clocks, so now it's whatever. It's technically an hour later for the way they think about it. But we're getting my rollover here, so
All right, enjoy.
Finally, let's
enjoy.
Go to zero, please. As we're talking about daylight savings here.
I can't believe they let me do it. I'm furious. I knew it was 4 a.m. I knew it. All right, now chat, let's see where the real London Open is. I gave a whole speech about what that meant to me. Oh, good, it's up here now. Great. Okay,
Push
so
it
London inventory is.
lower.
Thank you, Leo.
I would like 660s.
Wow.
There's the 680s. I want lower. I would like my monies back.
Dude, I love it now. Nice trade, dude. I don't know if I would have got in there because that was a weird.
It was a weird sequence.
Weird talk.
Yes, made me a little nervous, but that's why I think the fact that I was able to kind of see that no, this is not the entry and just exit and wait. Then it kind of presented itself, or at least I could take it with a little less risk. If that makes any sense.
Yeah,
a better location of an entry.
Yeah.
Because this was like a 11-point stop versus me probably needing to run this at like 20 with that first entry. But go to 660s and I will be happy.
Thank you, Thomas.
Oil new session high. Yes, that is true.
Can I just say, where were all of you when I was getting completely made fun of on Tuesday for having changed the clock wrong? And I had to admit some sort of shame. Even Salma was piling in. Salma, if you're listening, by the way, yeah, I see what you're up to. I see you were piling in.
Does having my candles change color help? Trying enough 100 volume. I took the same trade, but got out at 18. I mean, it does help, but I've talked about this too. Like Delta can still lie to you.
Yeah.
It's misleading. It just helps kind of like keep in mind, like when I entered the Delta on these candles was pretty neutral. So it's pretty split on 500 volume. And I was already in when it started to accelerate as far as that sell Delta. So it can still lie to you, and we can move up on negative Delta. So there are those things that can weirdly happen. It just helps kind of see time in sales like another layer to it, if that makes any sense.
I mean, honestly, I don't look at time in sales. That doesn't it doesn't do anything for my brain.
For me, Stowe, it's the flashes of the at bid, at ask. Like that's what's more important to me as I'm watching a sequence, is just because my brain just needs to be like, here's big blue flashes, here's big red flashes. Like it just means sellers are aggressively hitting the tape, buyers are aggressively crossing the spread. Because then I can see that better, I guess. My brain just needs the whatever that stimuli would be. Of some bright light flashing in my face.
No, that's what I do with the I do the same thing. It's just in a different place on the plugin.
Oh, okay. I'm out. I'm gonna give this 1 second here. We do not re-off or step back in at reload at 680s. I'm out.
It's pretty aggressive.
Did not think they were gonna step right in there at like 65s.
It was ES's overnight low.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Well,
come on, sellers. One more push below.
Looks like something happened. Somebody got him.
There we go.
Something.
There we go. Do not spook me out of this. That would be very rude.
They're coming back in.
Yeah, they're. Come on. I mean, my finger's on flatten here, but sellers are trying.
what's this 51 guy doing? So he's going to get a fill. Maybe he'll pull, and that'll be your little rug.
Come on, 75 guy.
Yeah, very slow all of a sudden.
There we go. Come on. Little more, little more, little more. I think I'm going to be okay. But we're right at the V range on NQ. I mean, this is not a bad place to cover. Let's just see if they want a little more.
They do.
This is the previous 4-hour open too, so at 9 a.m. reversal.
I'm trying to see.
God.
Is it refreshing this or what's going on over
I don't know.
here?
That guy at 60 came right back in again.
Yeah.
Or 63, whatever it was. All right, I'm out. That's good enough.
Good trade. Very good trade.
Since I took the stop out and then scratched it for like another 5 points, like I'm happy just to take the $1,000 on the day now and just reset.
Yeah, dude, that's a great trade. The thing about a trade is you have to have some place where you're going to get out of it, you know?
I wanted a touch lower,
Hey!
but look,
Good cover, bud.
Good cover. They were playing games in the 60s. That V range was there. Like we said, overnight low in ES, like decent spot where if your plan was holding for Armageddon, sometimes the plan B is, hey, this is a decent spot. And you guys know me. It doesn't take a lot for me to want to sell the piss out of this market at any time.
What was your thesis? Oh, Armageddon? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Which, let's be honest, everybody, that is not a long-term profitable strategy. You will be very wrong and suffer a lot of pain if your strategy is the world is going to end. As Leo and I think, demonstrated like 2 Mondays ago, war is bullish, so you should buy the dip. And I learned that during the Russia-Ukraine conflict when I was caught trying to hold shorts 4-0 basically. when it's not as bad as it may seem, it can reverse it. It can reverse very quickly, 3% higher, and cause you some discomfort.
That's the thing about those, like those quick pops like that. This is why it's so much harder to be short for me.
Yep.
Because it's so much more mental warfare. If I'm trying to be in a long continuation trade, there aren't sell nukes like that come around. It doesn't exist. So yeah. It kind of just popped back up to that 700 and then
it did. Another person came back in. Like we said, we may make a new low, but it's one of those things where if I didn't get stopped out, this was my first trade of the day, I'm probably still holding this. Just letting it work itself out. I always like opportunities where you caught the move, didn't really have much against me on that third attempt at shorting this.
Yeah.
And you can make back your day and now be well green on the day. And for me, $1,000 day is a pretty decent way to make a living. So
yeah, yeah, it's important to not have the cognitive dissonance that gets you to the point where you start thinking that $1,000 is not a lot of money.
Yeah.
So
I would say I got to that point, and then you have a kid, and then suddenly when you realize how fast they outgrow clothes, and every month it seems like I'm spending $400 on onesies. Suddenly it's like, I'll take a green day of any amount.
Hand-me-downs are clutch.
They are the firstborn in both sides of both families, and the fact that it's a girl, and my wife in herself at one time is like a fashionista as it is.
Oh, okay.
She's got her own style and things, and she's
cool.
very unique in herself. So my daughter is going to apparently mirror that. So yeah, she's got a lot of fun patterns that are very loud. There's no sad beige baby in this house. Parents will know what I'm talking about in the chat there.
Yeah, seller is selling. You gonna get through this?
How do you go about targets with just one contract? I mean, part of it for me, as on the show, like I'm not. I've talked about this. It's hard to like be truly, in that flow state, locked in, executing with multiple contracts, scaling in and out the way XY can do on the show better than I think any of us.
Yeah.
I'm not great with size on the show because I'm constantly talking versus like there's moments where I'm watching the tape when I could add one, get out of one very quick. And it's like, it's just harder to do when I'm reading the chat, trying to watch the tape, talking with Stowe at the same time. It's just, I'm not good at doing it. So for me,
Whoa,
the good happy medium is just to trade one lots.
The heck was that?
Somebody ready to take us much lower.
Yep. Yikes.
Yeah, oil keeps pumping. We're up 10% on the session.
Okay.
So
another big there, 620. Yeah, this is
going lower.
Yeah, someone is hitting this with a
Rakesh,
sledgehammer right now.
wait. The tape may be slightly different here. The week open on ES is a touch slower. I don't know if I'm ready to, buy this. We had a new low. IB low right here, which, I mean, who knows? IB is a thing. So could bounce right now. Maybe Rakesh will be right. So have you added the week mid on your chart?
Nah.
I have it, and I never really pay attention to it, but we are right there.
I would, but I have a lot of lines on my chart already. I have nothing against mids. I enjoy mids. I am a mid enjoyer. But I don't. I mean, someone is just persistent. If they sell through these 620s,
we got week open down to 85s, so 10 points lower. Could get spicy. Yeah. NQ's got a little ways to go back down to those 450s, 400s area, which is like the only thing that would make me bearish would be like a close this week or with rollover next week, like us actively trading below that level.
Yeah.
That would make I would say then we are kind of talking like, hey, this balance that we've been in for months is breaking or did break. I mean, but every time we get down there, somebody is just ready to buy it with both hands. Or there's a tweet from our commander in chief that says, the war is basically over already. And then we rally 300 points in 90 seconds. Never forget good time to buy day, Stowe.
I mean, it's a big seller.
Yes, it is.
It's a really big seller.
No, we're losing 95s. Let's see.
Someone is eating 200 lots every 10 points down on the ask.
Yeah, look at this.
I don't know.
I don't know if
there's a ton. There's a ton of.
Look at this.
Sorry.
These are all 200 lots. 200.
Yeah.
300.
Right.
That's what Stowe was talking about. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Thanks for showing that. That's a lot of selling. So if we can move away from it to the upside, that's good. But at the moment, it's just a ton of selling.
And they've walked this down.
Yeah. That means a ton of people are willing to sell and continue to sell past all of this passive buying that is down here. So this is a good example, I guess, of how to use Delta. Because like you get sucked into that trap trader trade all the time. At least that's a common thing. But they're only trapped once they're trapped. Like right now, sellers are sellers, and sellers are winning over there on NQ and ES, by the way. If we go down, yeah, I mean, same theory here. So this is a ton of buying. This is a bunch of people trying to get out of this. And this is a ton of selling, and they just plowed right through it.
And still going. Yeah, this is another. We talk about, how do you good screen time and good use of replay and versus just kind of watch sessions. Like this is another sequence when we broke this low and you see these 200 lots kind of slamming in on the offer. Like this is something to mark the time on today's session that you could potentially go back, like watch a DOM, watch what you're seeing here. A good replay session can be about 2 minutes, like just watching one sequence and starting to see what's happening.
Yeah, and you want to see this stuff get retested from the downside, and then you want to see the reaction there. And this, I mean, it's a lot harder to see in downside environments for sure, because you get these squeezes out of here, that are so brutal, and you have to wait for them to slow down. Like right now.
Like this is like we said, down days to me are always more fun because you get these type of moves where even if you're a scalper, like you can jump in for 30, 40 points and make a killing. But we'll see if we actually can push up here. What time is it? Only 9:30. How do you get the higher lot volume profile on NT? This is a custom built leg to leg delta profile indicator, but we may have another.
Nope, shoot, I gotta wait for this to fill. There's a couple empty auctions up there,
but there may be something coming soon. Get you guys something very similar to this.
Trying to watch this for reoffer right here. Got smoked on that entry.
Yeah, see, Leo just chimed in. We're making a free delta profile for the masses.
Oh, that's cool.
More free stuff.
I didn't know that.
Our lovely friends in the audience.
Also, good morning, Leo. Okay, I got short 01 there.
Is this a plugin or an indicator, though? I need to know I use terminology correctly now.
Is it USB-C?
Or USB-C-A, which I've also learned in the production world. You have to make sure you're buying the right grade of cable for data. Which is also just annoying.
Pumped on that. All right, so I got 01, took a partial at 96.25, and yeah. Let's just move down here. Next target will be 90-ish. See what we get. I'll move this baby right here. Oh, sure. There you go. Behold.
That was
the position.
That was a spicy reoffer there, sir.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Impressive.
You gotta I don't know. This is what I'm trying to get back in my head. Is I'm trying to remember how badly I traded 2022, and and I'm trying to. For those reasons, I will do the opposite. Is the plan.
See, I did very well in 2022 because I was one of those people that got very bearish towards the end of 2021 when things just got stupid. So I was ready to sell everything to zero because
this guy just pulled a bunch at 90.
Post GameStop, the way Tesla was moving, like it just made me like, okay, yes, I will short anything and everything.
Out. And we're out.
Nice trade.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm having a good little day. This is cool.
He's carving it up.
I did try. Okay, so this is one thing I'll point out too. I started this reoffer idea, and then I looked over at the plugin, and I saw that there was some empty auctions. And you can look at a footprint chart, look at anything. This is not something quantifiable, but I don't like to enter into a position where there's empty auctions. Like if I'm trying to get short and there's empty auctions above. And what I mean by that is you can look at a footprint chart. If you're able to see one that is just within like a lower time frame. So I look at the at bid, at ask, and if you see spots on ES, this doesn't apply to NQ because that thing is extremely toothless sometimes when it gets going. But on ES, when you see spots where there was no bid on the way down, that just implies really aggressive selling that went down there. And I like to see those spots get retested at a level that I'm interested in seeing reoffer. So, and that spot happened to be up here at 702. So I got short here, looked over at the plugin, and I was like, crap. So I covered it real quick here at 99. And then we came up and tested this. We filled those empty auctions, and that's when I got in here. So if you're a footprint person or anything like that, it's just something you might want to check out.
Are we going to continue lower?
I don't know. Yeah, it's just building lower.
Over.
I mean, we're down. This is all. There's still a single print on NQ to fill. I don't think ES has its anymore. No, it doesn't. Yeah, this just looked like a squeeze off of this.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull up the big guy again. Okay, weekly open is 85.50. I would say, yeah, so like 700 is kind of the cutoff there for me. We're now bearish on both the weekly and the monthly time frame at the moment. It being a Thursday, I'll continue to use this. So I guess like, I don't know, 6,700 is a really annoying price to have as a pivot because it's a round number and it's going to be a pain in the ass. But that's kind of what we're looking at is 99. If we stay below that, I don't know. We can trend down. What's our range today anyway? 44. We still got room.
Average daily range the last 20 days is 90. Wow.
For ES?
Yeah.
Holy Moses, really?
Is that true?
No, don't say the word circuit breaker into the internet because there's an algo that scrapes YouTube chats for the amount of traders that are saying the word circuit breaker into the internet.
Yeah. if somebody's giving you the circuit breaker levels,
that's how the put protection team knows to step in.
Yeah,
so
Besant is on the bid the second he sees those starting to hit Twitter. Besant, I don't know which one it is.
Hey, that's my bit, Nick, where I can't pronounce things. You get your own.
I can't pronounce anybody in public office these days. I just say them wrong. Our Fed chairman, or not Fed chairman, our Fed members, like, I don't know.
That's fun. Chat, you guys okay?
Yeah, how is the chat doing? Everybody good? You guys having fun? It's been a fun session.
Yeah, Nadir, I don't use a footprint, but I'm just trying to explain how you can see this stuff. It's just like bid and ask delta interacting in real time is what I'm talking about with those missed auctions.
All right, jumping in long. This might be really stupid.
All right, party on.
I need the it's happening. Let's go.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go. Let's
There it
go.
goes. Let's see if we can push over like 630s. This might have some legs back up
Yes, it
towards
would.
680s.
About
In which case, I will cover this. I'm not hoping for a Trump tweet that says the war is over.
Something's happening.
But something is happening. And somebody was happily ready to step back in there at 600.
This would be the spot right here.
Yeah, gotta push, gotta push, gotta push.
Time I fall. This might be a good trade, bud.
Let's go.
Was aggressive, a very aggressive buy.
It was an aggressive long. But that was me just pressing in with the buyer at 600. Which this is a trade I need to get better at, which is not getting a perfect entry, like not trying to get under 600 and like be sneaky with the stop at, session low. Like just kind of go with what I'm seeing and ask questions later.
Yeah.
This is where I wish I was in 3 because I'd already get 2 off here.
There's that 99 pivot again.
I know. Come on, ES. Get over 05s.
I don't know. I got no confidence either side right now.
Just kind of it's having the feeling of like a potentially just a violent range bound day. ES doesn't feel as violent to the downside as NQ has. I mean, it doesn't even feel that violent. We're still trading the damn range.
Yeah.
And we're just barely below the initial balance. So
Ooh.
There we go. There we go.
Something happened.
Is the war over again? It might be. All right. Since that's just a load of shenanigans, I'm going to clear this up and just say that was a blessing. So you're welcome, everybody. I cured the trend day to the downside.
Holy Moses. I mean, we still have VWAP up here to do stuff with, but yeah, nice long, Nick. So
that's a hold my beer if I've ever had one.
That's beautiful, dude.
And I'm out. That's a sound clip right there. Love that.
I do also believe that the order flow knows before whatever just happened. I believe you can see that. When you see wacky stuff happen, when the tape's not normal, it's usually like a few seconds before something happened. I'm sure
yes,
somebody tweeted something. The Strait of Hormuz is somebody went in there with the Minesweeper and figured it out. Something,
But yeah, that's one of those like breadcrumb situations where there was somebody doing some weird shit here.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
So I kind of just, like I said, you kind of just enter, you ask questions later, and it works. I also could have been very easily stopped out on a not so great entry. But hey, that worked, and I got an extra like 15 points more than I was even looking for.
Yep.
But man, they just came right back in at the overnight VWAP and ES and said, no. We're just going full Blink 182. This is now a Blink 182 forum. Welcome. I am your host. No. I mean, the boys behind the scenes just know that is the mix in my playlist on a usual trading session. Today it was. Yesterday, I had Elenium, and a bunch of other things. Like more, I needed some more beats yesterday, but today's more feels more vibes. So Blink-182 was the playlist of choice.
Ooh. They did put the point of control up at 720 instead, or at 710 instead of, it was sitting down there at 24,600. So they must have spiked up and did something. I didn't have my eyes on that.
But
on NQ
no one
at the
explained
moment.
the hold my beer. Did Trump say something? Oh, yeah. Okay. So classic. Oil starts creeping up over 100. Trump administration is set to suspend the Jones Act to tame oil prices. So we are living not only in a simulation, but not exactly a free market. That's funny.
Free-ish.
Free-ish. I mean, that's one of those good, I think, price control mechanisms, I guess, where
The market is mostly free.
But the whole thing with oil, especially like petroleum products, it literally affects the price of oil affects the price of everything, literally everything.
Yeah.
So I get it. I understand why there is a lot of need to keep those in a relatively contained range at times.
But Nick, we only get 3% of our oil from the Gulf area. Shouldn't we be fine?
Eh?
Never mind the
That's
countries
where
that we buy most of our stuff from
Oh,
get
Tracy
60 to
did post it.
70%. Did she?
Yeah, I just missed it and had to go check financial juice. I didn't see it because I was watching my trade. What time frame do I use? I trade off basically a very short time frame, 500 volume, which is kind of close to like a 1 minute chart. And then I keep things contained within a 4 hour and 1 hour.
Man, that guy wants more down there.
The 600 guy, he's back. What did we see on the order flow that was wacky? It's hard to articulate exactly.
It's like it's especially on NQ because I think NQ is better for watching order flow patterns over time because you get used to the size, and the size is it's pretty small. So when you're looking at this stuff and you start to see big stuff come in and cross the spread, that's where your edge can lie. And by edge, I mean like you just get a vibe that something's weird, like something's different. What is this dude doing? Why is someone doing this? It's like yesterday, XY was talking about that 45 guy that was just like jumping up and down, being weird. And we didn't have any way to understand what he was eventually going to be up to, but it was weird. So when you see weird stuff happen in the context of the day, it can give you an idea, like maybe you want to get into a trade at that location. Because ultimately we're just like barnacles, just following big positions around. We're not moving a market. So when we see a bunch of size that's coming in and moving a market, we can hop in there and be like, oh, okay, maybe this is an interesting spot to try something.
Well, this is why I rely on people smarter than me to give actual macro analysis. Suspending the Jones, this is from Tracy. Suspending the Jones Act only means requires that goods transported between U.S. ports be carried on ships that are U.S. built, U.S. owned, and U.S. crewed. It means nothing. It does nothing for the Middle East, probably. Yeah, that makes sense, Tracy.
But it sounds good.
It sounds good, and the market clearly didn't know, much like me, has no idea what that act originally was.
But does
and just
it sound
traded on
good?
the vibe in that 30 seconds, and then we are now back to where we were pre-news announcement. Which, yeah, that tracks. All of that tracks. The entire situation playing out. Just a pure emotional reaction on the bid, and then reality. Okay, what is that again? Oh, okay, yeah, sell it back down.
I'm back spending a ton of time down here. Didn't quite get to 85, huh? Okay. on ES. That's the weekly open.
DJ Trades, we appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with us this morning.
Yeah, thanks.
You'll get
fun.
You'll have some more fun with Leo and Salma here in the coming minutes. Two great traders, two people that are a lot of fun. And I love watching these two together too, because it's fun to see somebody else outside of me chirp at Leo sometimes and Kane. Because it's fun. It's just funnier coming from Salma at this point.
I agree. Keeping the big cat on his toes. That's my favorite.
You got to do that to Leo sometimes because he's the OG. He basically has babysat the three of us, me, XY, and Stowe for the last couple of years, and it's nice to see somebody else throw it back to dad every once in a while.
Yeah, I don't. I want to buy this, so that's why we probably shouldn't. We got 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes to the turn.
Yes, Leo, we did call you dad. If I had the Frank the Tank soundbite ready to go that says, I love you, dad, I mean, I would have that playing constantly.
I love you, dad.
I love you, dad. Daddy's home.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to talk. I'm trying. Yeah. I want. I will be stunned if we leave this. If we leave that volume node down there on NQ, that would be so much business just chilling down there.
At 600s?
Yes.
I mean, but it would be on brand for this, in just this range.
The low is fine
to hold. Yes,
the low is fine. So like we can get out of here. I will just be so shocked if the buyer wins.
Yeah, there's just a lot of like those, like we were talking about, those like weird 200 orders, like on the volume profile. There's just like those weird wicks, if you want to call them that, on the. Yeah, I guess I can show it kind of like all of these little things sticking out. Just large orders that came in like that. Oh well, we had a good day, Stowe. I don't think I.
No, yeah. I don't have any trades left to take today. We've done all the things. We've run an overnight higher low. We've broken an IB on NQ and ES. I will be curious if this, just for my own wondering, I will be curious if we hold this. I will be so surprised. Hey,
hey guys.
He said, bring in Dad and Salma.
I'm surprised I didn't change your name on screen.
I was just switching over to the link so I could see if they called Leo Dad.
Yeah, that was great. You guys couldn't hear production say that in our ears, but that was funny.
That's hilarious.
Morning, guys. What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. I was in the trade with you before you got in it, and I was going to show off my 15-point better entry. Oh. And then we came back down here and I added to it, so I can't show it anymore.
Well, that's a bummer. That's what you get for trying to big dog me.
Yeah, well, it's part of the game.
Yep. We play these games with each
if
other.
It's not on screen?
It depends on who you ask.
Yeah, it did happen.
Yes, it did.
What was your entry?
That was a great trade. I was in at 85, just 85s. Like a little lower.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Damn.
Like right here in this little wickish area.
I mean, that was, it's pretty rare that I get on a news that I am safely in on a news candle, but that was fun to be on the right side of one for a change.
Yeah, it's quite common for me to be unsafely in to the other side of a news scandal. If that's what you were getting at.
I've been on both sides of that equation. It's a lot more fun when it goes in your direction.
Yes.
And when it goes in your direction, like instantly. That's also great.
I had one like that last week too, where just someone's like, well, what did you see? I'm like, honestly, I didn't think this was going to turn into a 150 point trade in 90 seconds. I got lucky. Like, that's the only way to describe it.
Nick saw a buyer, bought with buyer, market went up 150 points. End of story.
That's literally how I drew it up. There's a part 2 of the course. I'll talk about it. I don't know what to do here. I mean, I think I'm done, but
You're never done, Nick.
I am usually.
Yeah, he actually is.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm the one that's never done.
Someone's never done.
I think I grew out of that bad habit in my trading of like always looking for another trade. Like now I'm happy. Like I'm Frank the Tank on a Saturday. Like I'm gonna go to Costco. I'll go to Home Depot. Go pick up some stuff. Like that could be the rest of my day, and I'm okay with that.
That is the baller move, man. I mean, we don't trade for to stay at our desks for 24 hours a day.
Go run some errands. Go sit outside.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna fold laundry though, but and watch Leo and Salma.
Just some porch time. Watch you two trade.
Yeah,
porch time. You can't beat porch time,
I mean, I'm gonna market order in the platinum and go porch time it.
We redid our back patio last fall, and we really haven't had like a good opportunity. Nick, did you just break? Oh man, Nick broke.
I broke it because I watched Stowe break.
Yeah.
I tried. I don't have my hat over here.
I broke XY yesterday. I mean, I do this to my friends.
So we did. We got kind of some newer furniture. Got a bit of a pergola situation going on in the back patio, and we haven't had a great opportunity to enjoy it because it just got cold. But basically after we got it all set up, I've been enjoying the hell out of just hanging out back there and watching TV.
Oh yeah, you sent that. Yeah, you hung a TV out there and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that does.
I took a nap out there the other day. Oh,
you took a dad nap?
It was so glorious. Yeah.
That's awesome, brother.
Yeah.
What's the weather like by you guys?
Well, it depends on the day. It was, like 65, 70 the other day. Yesterday it was like 40. Today it's 43. So, you never know.
Damn.
Yeah. But it's been the same thing here and randomly rainy, but it's going to be nice this weekend. So I think I'm going to do some dino ribs, Leo.
Hell
nice.
Yeah.
Guys, yesterday was 80 degrees out, and right now it says it's snowing.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You can't make this up.
Yeah.
You cannot make this up.
Yeah, man. That groundhog sucks.
I hate them. We got to get rid of that groundhog.
Yeah, I agree.
PETA actually does want to get rid of the groundhog. They want you guys to do, they want to get rid of the groundhog and turn it into like you open a cake or some shit to.
A cake?
What?
Bro, let's just not do it.
Like we're doing like a gender
not
reveal?
any cake, vegan cake, like a vegetarian cake.
Carrot cake.
And Leo, how do you know this?
It was on Twitter or on the news somewhere.
Yeah, I think we should just stop doing that. I don't want to know how much longer we have of winter. Just leave it be.
Punxsutawney is a pretty fun place. I have been there a lot. It's right next to me, so it's kind of a place that I've accidentally been to a bunch. But yeah, dude, this thing is pissed.
Took out my trade. Nice working template, Leo. It actually works.
Is that even a compliment?
I'm really confused.
It actually works.
It actually works. The thing that we have been working on is actually fully working and in production. Okay, the comments about the DOM. I'm gonna be real with you for a minute. There's a delay.
Why is there a delay, Leo?
I cannot say why there's a delay. I can just say that there's a delay.
I was going to say I'll hold my sarcastic.
I'll be very friendly with the delay is a delay. That's it.
It's a delay. It's just a delay.
It's not a long delay. It's just a delay.
Yeah. Yeah.
They say there's goodness in every delay. I believe in that.
Who says that?
They
People who delay things.
Still, that was actually funny.
But
What do you mean it was actually funny? You don't think I'm normally a funny guy? All these backhanded compliments from Salma.
We didn't come this far just to come this far. Okay.
Okay.
So one way or another,
know this.
it will come.
Didn't Kim Kardashian say that? I didn't come this far just to come this far.
I mean, I think it's a pretty famous saying. I don't think that Kim Kardashian is the only person that would have said it.
She said it in a song.
The shade is crazy. What?
I gotta go. I'm laughing at too much stuff.
Yep.
Okay. I love you both very much. Have a good day.
I love you, Stowe.
Thank you,
Nick.
chat.
Bye,
See you
guys.
later.
Have
Take
some
care.
fun.
I love you, Dad.
Yeah.
What's going on, chat?
What's up, guys?
Salma, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't know if I'm in the mood to give you shit today. Maybe I'll just let you live, let you breathe a little bit.
I don't feel right.
It's not that
doesn't
fun,
feel
right?
Yeah.
You're like,
Delayed.
are you feeling okay?
Unacceptable delays. How do you expect to charge for free when you keep delaying? Amateur. I am an amateur. No, when the delay is permanent until it's not delayed, which means any other versions that we are producing that we're working on are not available until the delay is over. You're losing money without it, but trying hard. Listen, people have legitimately been DMing me and saying that they think me, should charge money for this, and I refuse. Selma, what's your play here? We're near low day.
No play,
Kind of a
but I
double
think
bottom.
we'll take out lows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think this can. I mean, you guys can't see it on my screen, but like NASDAQ looks like it just wants to puke. And it looks. It's not even an H, really. This is just. I don't even know what you would call this, but this looks like it just wants to puke. Unless we can reclaim 630 again. You know, this is, Leo, the move that I wanted yesterday during Power Hour when I was on stream, okay?
Mhm.
It started to slowly give me some type of move, and then we got that end of the day ripper. Cool, great. I got stopped out, no problem. Then I traded Asia, and, you know, I texted Jack because I was on with Jack yesterday, and I said to Jack, of course, they give us the move that I was looking for during Asia, right? And I was looking for a bigger move. I wanted monthly open on NQ and I wanted 630 on NQ. And I said that yesterday in my chat. Dude, that we came super close to both of those levels. We started ripping. And then of course they go to us today. So yeah, I realized I'm not wrong. I'm just early. So does that make me wrong? Rhetorical question.
Yes.
Rhetorical question. Oh God.
Okay, but so not to talk about the thing we're working on again, but something that, something we've been working on in the background is everything, all the levels that you see on my chart are generated by an API now, which means that when you load up a chart, NinjaTrader no longer needs to do any calculations. It just loads instantly because we're sending the levels via API. So if you pair that with the other thing, that's going to be free. And then you also have a leg-to-leg volume profile and delta profile that will also be free. you'll be able to, I can actually give you a template. Somebody was asking about templates. I can give you a template that I've been using on Ninja Streams that's very, basic, but also has like the most important tools to me for trading. You guys will be able to get access to it in some way, shape, or form. That's really what we've been working on for many months.
I mean, guys, you waited this long. What's a little bit longer?
Cool new chart look, Salma.
Yeah, I got bullied into going dark mode. You guys can thank Leo for that.
I think you weren't bullied. I think you were influenced into proper chart usage.
Influenced, bullied. No, I think it was bullied. You guys used to make fun of my white screens. Yo, Leo, you can't make this up. Someone just asked, when's the new Dom coming out?
I know, I saw.
Guys, did he just waste his breath for like the last
I think
5
so.
minutes? I don't understand.
A 5-minute speech about it, and then somebody says, when is it coming?
Unless, they're trolling, but geez, guys, that's worse rage bait than I could come up with right now.
You're pretty good at that too. You have talent.
I try. Actually, I don't know. I don't think I try. It just comes naturally.
Why we like you.
Oh, okay. Young Bleezy was just trolling. Okay, cool.
Oh, that's funny.
Cool.
Nice cop out. Young Bleezy.
Leo, I have a question for you because last week when I was on with Pax, Pax does his like micro to mini, the thing he does where he sometimes will go long.
Get long NQ and sell out of it with MNQ.
Yeah. Okay. So Deli had asked me like, oh, do props allow you to do that? And so I really only spoke about Lucid because that's been my main prop for quite a while now. But I may or may not have answered it right. Like some people in the chat were saying, yes, Alma's right. Some people are saying, no, that's wrong. So if you want to shed some light on that, does Lucid allow you to hedge? If they do, how do they allow it? What is not allowed? I tried to like read back into it, and it was saying like you can do it on one account. You can do it if you're on the same account, but you can't do it across accounts.
Yes, I mean, and this also goes back to kind of CME rules too, right? So if you're long NQ, you can short MNQ in the same account.
Okay.
That's not hedging. That's just spread trading.
Okay, so that's allowed.
For sure.
Okay, cool.
So basically the idea is one E-mini NQ is equivalent to 10 micros, right? And so if you're long, say from right here at, let's just pretend, you're long from 85, one mini, and you want to scale out of it with micros because you can save commissions and, there's other parts of this that are unique about it, but you're long one mini and you sell two micros. Now you're actually just short. You're short two micros technically, but you've taken some of the profits off of your mini, right? And so by the time you sell all 10 micros, then you would cover that mini long, so that you would take that position off completely, and then you would be short. Your now position would be short 10 MNQ, right?
Okay.
You can either just flatten at that point everything. That would just be flattening the whole long trade. Or you may decide, well, now I do want to be short these 10 MNQ contracts, and you're kind of taking the your position now is kind of net short versus your long one MNQ or long one E-mini and short 10 MNQ. So the answer is you can get long and short in the same account. Different contracts.
Okay. You just can't do it like
You
if I'm
can't
long.
do it. You can't be long NQ in one account and short NQ in another account, or you can't short MNQ in the other accounts either.
Okay.
Because you're not actually taking a position that has risk.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what about like in the same account? Can I short NQ and go long ES?
Yeah. In the
Okay.
same account, none of
Nothing matters.
None of that matters because what you're doing, what people do is they'll long one account, short the other account in either the same asset or correlated assets. And whichever one makes money, they get payouts or pass accounts or whatever. And then they, accept the losses of the other one as just like a blown account or whatever. So they're not actually trading a strategy. They're just gaming a system.
That's what people used to do with Apex. Like you would just buy a $19 account with Apex, or two of them, and you'll just lotto it on CPI or something.
Yeah,
And
right.
yeah, that's how people used to pass all the time. I remember that being a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, good to know. That's actually really good to know. I tried reading the article and I was like confused, so figured I'd ask you on live here. Well, we made new
Now
lows across the board.
In live, it's
Yeah.
a little bit different because you can't specifically do wash trading, so you can't be on both sides of the market in the same contract. But that's kind of a different scenario. That's that is a little bit more nuance of a conversation. But for prop, just if you're trading, this is kind of what is like when you're trading prop, if you're genuinely trading as an individual, making your own decisions, not trying to game, skirt around various rules and whatever, you're never going to have a problem. Yes, PAX does it in the same account. So long, again, if you're long NQ and then you're short MNQ, you're scaling out of that long position with the MNQ. That's a very legitimate strategy.
Yeah, when he like explains it and he's up there doing it, it seems like it could be a, like a money maker as long as you don't tilt and you don't get caught up in like chop or like that back and forth action. It could really be something that you can just like take advantage of.
Lotto trades, there's not really any great books that I would recommend to learn order flow trading, but there are there's a lot of good sources to learn. One is our YouTube channel, Order Flow Labs, has a lot of free content that you can watch. I have a website called paintingthetape.net. There's a podcast about order flow trading, as well as my playbook that has a lot of order flow information, as well as XYZ's playbook. And then Nick just put out a course on his Twitter. You can go follow Nick on Twitter. That he also has a course that covers a lot of order flow trading too. So no books, but lots of great free content that you don't need to pay for.
I've always been a believer of, as long as you know the basics and what you're looking for, there's no video, book, anything like that that can really help elevate your trading better than just screen time and just being in front of the charts and, whatever, the DOM, doing anything, whatever strategy you're going to do. I think you get better at it through practice and through screen time.
I'm going to jump in along here. It's like buyers are trying to step out of this low a bit. Just playing this kind of mean reversion off of these lows here.
It's a big order on ES at 94.
They did take out the low. Okay.
Curtis, yeah, we just went over that. It's allowed on Lucid if you're in the same account. Whose 900 lot is that on ES? Rakesh? I don't think Rakesh is
in the
here.
chat?
I think
was
Rakesh
earlier.
disappears on red days. He only comes when the market is pumping.
That's convenient.
Or he might show up and be like, guys, did you short that? Oh, he's here.
Oh, Rakesh.
Rakesh. Bro, he's always here.
We got to get Rakesh on stream one day.
This is so funny. He just like became someone we mention all the time now.
Yeah. I mean, he's XYZ's personal quant, so.
Yeah, apparently so. He is long. He's always long.
Unbothered and long. Where are you long from, Rakesh?
Jen says, Salma, what do you think about Lucid? Is it a good platform? Thank you. Yeah, Lucid's the only prop firm that I have been trading with ever since I switched over maybe 4 months ago. Switched over sometime in November, and I honestly haven't really looked back. I've always been between Lucid and MFFU, but Lucid's pricing has just been it's a no-brainer to stick with Lucid over other props, right? It's probably the cheapest to get into. I mean, if you want to call Apex cheap, you can, there are new rules and stuff, but Lucid's got a really, really good, they've got good rules. It's pretty fair, I would say. And they're a newer firm, so like you got to cut them a little bit of slack when it comes to like, those payout caps and stuff like that. And their CEO has also talked about those caps potentially getting larger as their business grows. They're just trying to be here for the long game. So, and I can totally understand that. So yeah, for me, it's been just the best. And I've traded with a lot of prop firms. I would say Lucid is number one for a reason. Which one am I using? So I dabble between the 25K and the 50K, and I've also dabbled between Pro and Flex. It's just honestly personal preference. It just depends on, do you want to be able to pass your eval right away and then have a consistency rule on the funded, or do you want to have consistency on the eval and then, do whatever you want with the funded? That's really the only major difference between the two. And then I think they also just changed recently their Pro. Leo can talk more about this, but they recently just lessened the days to pay out on the Pro account, which can make people, be more inclined to get the Pro over the Flex. But you can't go wrong with either one, honestly. And like 25K, it's a great bang for your buck. How do you compare Apex and Lucid? Dude, I'll be honest, I haven't used Apex since I first started trading futures. I first dabbled into it 2 years ago. I haven't really been back. Their trailing drawdown was the reason that I never went back. But they just recently changed the rules, so maybe I'll give them another shot. Definitely recommend Lucid. And not because I have a promo code with them, okay? I've never used TPT.
Took the L there. Still like it. It's just I'll wait for somebody to really step in.
Honestly, don't like longs on NQ unless above 630. But that's a 60 points away, and you can scalp that very easily.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense why you would want to wait for that, for sure.
Yeah. Salma, does Lucid have a drawdown? They have end of the day drawdown, not trailing. So it calculates at the end of the day. No, that's not my promo code, Austin. Stop it. Gene, I trade it as a personal account because it's really the only way I trade futures. So yeah. Use code Salma OGS, not XYZ.
Now they're gonna run it.
There they go.
There they go. Hey, sometimes you're the sometimes cutting yourself out of a trade based on your read works in your favor, and sometimes it doesn't. I actually had a really good morning. I I shorted up in basically right around the top of this opening range here. Added to it on this retest or this pullback into 760s, then added again in the 740s, and then flattened around here to 697s. And then took this long earlier with Nick, right there. So I had a really good day. I was actually able to be on the charts this morning. That was nice.
Yeah, that was a good short. It's a really good short. I don't like the fact that the Russell can't get below this 0.618 fib level I have here. It's been acting as really great support. If you're someone who wants to see more downside, we got to lose that. Austin, what does that mean, my to-do list? Hmm.
Do I utilize any lower time frame charts intraday? Just so it's for execution charts like this, just volume. I've been using volume charts since like 22, maybe 2023. And then I have the 60-minute chart, which is kind of my higher time frame view. And then usually the other thing that I want to bring over to Ninja is a TPO chart, something that I'm more accustomed to. Those are basically my main TPO with the volume profile or just volume profiles. Like XYZ's got a pretty nice setup for his daily. I think it's like a 30-minute chart that has volume profiles for each session. I need to set that up too. What about your auto? Talking about my car? Do you use copy trade software, Salma?
Yeah, I have. I use Trade Syncer, or is it Trader Syncer? I never know. Hold on. It's called Trade Syncer. That's the one I use.
They really got me out of that short just to
pump it.
The long just to pump it.
Yep.
What did you see high of day? Just a bunch of absorption at the open. If you look at it, we're just going sideways, and the deltas were just building up right in this range. So I just took a stab at it, and when it starts to run, I'm looking for directional, right? So we broke down out of the opening range, came back, pulled back from the overnight low, kind of stalled out here, took ads, went down, broke the V range, took profits there, and then added here again. And there's nothing I saw is different than anything we've ever talked about here or in my playbook. What is a good way to stay longer on trades? I tend to get out fast. I think a good way to do that is to either trade, like if you trade like 1 mini or 2 minis, switch to micros, and then leave something on. Like do your normal trading and then leave a 2 lot or a 1 lot on, so you get comfortable with feeling that like the market movement, for you or against you. Or just like seeing that unrealized P&L change, and just get more comfortable with holding trades longer and not being like, oh, the market's, like I'm long and I'm 70 points in profit and the market's rotating down 20 points, not overreacting to that and be like, oh, I'm going to cut the trade, right? So just giving yourself those additional contracts to hold on to, and just practice that over and over and over, because it takes repetition for you to get more comfortable with holding positions like that. And I found it best for me I get in a 10 lot of micros, take out 8. So now I'm in 2 lots. I've made money on the trade. And now I have 2 lots that are free, basically. It's a free roll to get that experience and that comfortability of just like sitting in trades longer. So, and that doesn't require you to change how you trade, right? Because you may say, oh, I'm getting out too fast. I'm getting out too fast. And what some people will do is just be like, oh, well, if I'm getting out too fast, I just need to hold longer. Well, then when you start holding longer, you get into all these scenarios where you if you would have taken out fast, maybe you get stopped out. And so, but if you would have done your normal strategy, then you would have taken profit. And now all of a sudden you're in this conundrum where it's like, oh, you changed your strategy and now all of a sudden you're losing money, or it's just kind of messing with you. So this is a good way to introduce yourself into, dealing with those kind of different things while holding your trades longer. Sorry, that was kind of a long ass winded answer.
Also, just size down, because if you're sized down, then you'll feel more at ease and you'll, like let's say you have a specific target and your target is still 50 points away. Why are you itching to get out if your original thesis was to hold for that target, right? If you're sized in 1 micro versus 1 mini, obviously you let the micro run, right? Because it's okay if you take the L, or it's okay if it comes back to break even. Why don't you feel the same when it's a mini? It's because you're not comfortable risking that much. You got to be comfortable with your risk, be comfortable with your sizing, and then you'll be more than comfortable holding. Because I'm someone who loves to hold. I don't understand how Leo and some of the other guys can scalp so fast. For me, I need bigger moves. But obviously they're trading NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ will pay them on a 30, 40 point move, whereas it's not the same on ES. But yeah, like you'll be able, it's all about your sizing. You're comfortable losing $10. You're uncomfortable losing 100. Why is that? It's your sizing. Mic drop. Oh, by the way, in case you guys didn't see, I did enter shorts on ES. The retest of the 9 EMA on the 10-minute. We haven't had a 10-minute candle close above in basically all morning. So if we get a 10-minute candle close above, then, trend has changed and I'll get out of my position.
Do you find more success in reversals when the market runs into your level? I think there's kind of 2 scenarios. When the market snaps, like flushes into a level of importance, then I'm more inclined to just take it. And what I mean by that is like we're trading, and then just like there's a slam, like a flush into it. I'm more inclined to just take the trade. Now I'll put a little bit on and then should try to look, for ads to it. If we get momentum away. The other one is when we grind into a level, it's more likely just going to continue in the direction it's going. And then the other one is if we pause and kind of chill out like we're doing here at the week mid, this for me is kind of a no short, at least a no short. But from a reversal standpoint, this is everything that I would be looking for. I didn't get scared of this trade. I just didn't feel like taking a full stop when, the low was right here and we were trading so close to it.
Rakesh, I already explained why I took the short.
It's a great short from here.
Yeah. I know you guys, some people get, they get a little bit worried when I short towards lows, but like I have a reason and my reason is valid until it's invalid. I don't have an issue with shorting here, right? Like we're below weekly open. We haven't gotten a 10-minute close above the 9 EMA. Freaking, YM is still hovering at the lows here. It hasn't really pushed up. It's been the one that was holding us up this entire time. So yeah, the shorts here look really good. And then I just wanted to answer this out loud for anyone else who might be having the same question. Someone said, how do we link Lucid with NinjaTrader? When you're checking out at the Lucid checkout, it will ask you, what broker do you want to go with, right? And the first option will say NinjaTrader, Tradeovate, TradingView. Those are all three options. When you click that and you check out, it will give you your login credentials. It will actually give you something completely separate from your own personal account with Ninja. And so you would just log in using that. And, if you're someone like me who likes to use TradingView, then you can just literally just connect NinjaTrader or Tradeovate. It's the same login to your TradingView, and then you can trade exactly the way I trade. What is a fair price on a new account with Lucid, even with your discount code? I'm not sure I understand what that means, but Lucid is actually running a 50% promo right now until the new month for your first two accounts. So it's literally so cheap and such a no-brainer. But I'll stop talking about it now, unless more people have more questions. They do have Rhythmic, yeah.
What are your thoughts on daily loss profit limits? It's good to have, as a beginner, daily loss and daily profit targets. I think as you get more, as you grow into your trading career, you still should have a daily loss limit, because that's the thing that's going to protect you from yourself. And for all the people out there that are like, oh, you can't control yourself and close your trading platform, cool. Good for you. You're incredibly disciplined and you're a great person. But a lot of people do need that, you're done for the day, bud. This is the reason that they, in like old school prop, you just get tapped on the shoulder from the risk manager and they're saying, boom, you're done. But profit targets, as you get more experience and get more time under your shoulder, I think having a goal can be kind of a double-edged sword, because you want to, as you grow and develop, you want to trade while the markets are in the optimal state for your strategy. And if they are in the optimal state for your strategy and you've hit your profit target, but the market's still allowing you to print money, then I believe that you should just continue to, trade and print money. If they're not in the optimal state for you to print money, then maybe that's a scenario where you go, okay, I made a couple hundred, a couple thousand, whatever your, skill size and account sizes are, et cetera. I'm having to fight the market. I'm not don't have a good read, et cetera. But, be satisfied with the amount of money you made or lost. Because there's days where you may lose a little bit of money and you're just like, fuck, I can't read the chart. I'm not having a hard time getting in line, with where the market's going. You don't need to hit your daily loss limit to be done for the day, right? You could just close your platform. And now, if you're on prop and you're in NinjaTrader, you just hit that lockout button, and be done for the day. You can't hear Leo because you're only seeing Salma.
What does that even mean?
I don't even know. But yeah, I think basically what I'm saying is as you grow in your career, allow yourself have a daily loss limit always, no matter what. But allow yourself to trade when the market is allowing, is working very well for your strategy. You want to press, into those days and lean into those days as a trader. And when the market's not giving you shit, you don't want to be very active. But you won't know that until you have the experience and the knowledge to know in the moment that this market is shit. I should walk away, or this market is allowing me just to make insane amounts of money. So I'm going to stay here. So that's why you should just have a target every day that, you're done for the day at that point, until you can build up that skill and that ability to identify, what scenario you're in. Market is giving us shit, but no winning trades. Does the NinjaTrader platform allow you to lock out and max loss limits? So you can set that on the Tradeovate side, or you could log into NinjaTrader mobile and lock out. They don't have it on the NinjaTrader platform yet, but I know that's on the roadmap.
Well, I just got stopped out on whatever candle that was. Holy.
Looks like news
What
again.
I'm so tired of this. Like, beyond tired. What the hell kind of moonshot is this? Brother. Yeah, wow.
A lot of these news pumps have been failing, so
Dude,
I may
it's
take a
been
stab at a
because it's
short.
been fake news. It's been BS news.
I know.
It hasn't even been anything serious. Someone said Trump farted. I mean, ES just stopped right at previous week low. Nice.
There we go.
Oh, this is bullshit.
There we go. Come on. There we go. All right. I'll take off 2 or 3. So we get another 10-point drop here.
Nice.
There we go. Okay.
GG.
Thank you, market. That was a free trade. Well.
Bro, the instant fade. Oh my God. You can't make this up. Bro, what? Oh, it's because Iran just said we're not laying mines in the strait, in the Hormuz Strait. That's cool. When did they say that they did? It was just speculation. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Here we go again.
Go down to 1. They ripped up the whole order book there.
At a 1,000 lot at 67.14 on ES. Leo, how was that?
How was what?
Do I sound like an order flow guru yet?
Listen, just because you can repeat a number you see somewhere else doesn't mean
Come on.
anything.
Give me some
Okay,
credit.
Salma. You're an order flow trader.
Let's go. No, I don't want to be an order flow trader. I want to be an order flow furu. I want to sound like everybody else.
Oh, do you think that's what we are? I'm not a furu.
Not you. Not you. The others on Twitter.
Oh.
Okay, but they failed.
On the offer?
I don't know what. I don't know. I have no idea. Bro, you're asking the wrong person.
I got stopped on that. On the last piece. There's a 400. There's a 400 guy being left behind.
I see that at 710.
Yeah.
Look at me having multiple of these up at the same time. I'm getting good. Bro, Cooper, I'm super cool.
What's
I'm
this
just gonna
guy?
be
Oh, they filled half of some of it.
gonna be a hard
Oh,
ass on stream.
hmm.
Josh, I do. That's what I'm looking at. Okay, if this 15-minute wait, I'm sorry, I'm on the 10-minute. If this 10-minute closes like this on ES, I would like shorts again. Well, I'm gonna be patient. Still 5 minutes left. It's been a tough day. Every time I think it's going good, it's nope. I ran for sure opened a long before posting that. That's funny. We're still going here.
Still there. 710.
Well, we got another 1,000 lot at 67.24 on ES.
They just can't fill them.
Oh, here we go. Iran allowed some chips to cross the strait.
What time frame are you using? This is I'm on trading MNQ right now. It's 2,500 volume. For NQ, I would use a 700 to 800 volume. Okay, so did they split the order now to 2 blocks? Because we're at 200 at 700 now. Somebody definitely wants to get filled on the offer up there. And I would short with him, but I want to see it get filled.
Man, I want to attempt a short again here on the 5-minute, but I'm trying to be a little patient.
May have missed it. Damn.
This is why being patient on these days like today are tricky.
Yeah. I got a good little piece of this move here though. You know, I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, no, that was an awesome short. Those are really, really great short. Thank you,
Nice.
Salma.
Right back down.
Imagine we go back to new lows.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that could
That would be
happen.
freaking
Yeah.
nuts.
There's a decent amount of momentum now into this move, so it's possible. Think about the context, right? We have a bunch of volume build here. It's kind of bullish. We rallied out of it once, fell back in, rallied out of it again, and now we're falling back in. It's like, how many times are these buyers going to defend down here, right?
All right.
Sellers are going to have a much easier time to flush these lows now that, that these lows are kind of weak. So it's definitely feasible for these, for new lows to come in.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. OX Asia has been almost a better trade than New York session. This scalper's paradise. How dare I fade Rakesh? My bad, Rakesh.
That is incredible. Somebody in OFL said they just are closing on a house in 2 weeks. Down payment, 80% paid for by prop trading.
Wow.
It's really cool.
And people think that you can't make this into like actual income.
It's possible. I mean, a lot of people also lose money. I mean, that's the fact of trading. But
Right.
it's fun to see like people that are having success and using that success to further their life and family.
Yeah, that's amazing. God, I've seen what you've done for others. Do it onto me. Yeah, how many people could say that their house is paid off from trading? Oh, by the way, guys, if you haven't already done so, there's a link in the chat that just got dropped. Fill it out if you want to come meet up with us in real life. All you have to do is put what city you're from, and we might come to that city.
Are you going to any of them?
Every single one.
Really?
Every single, hell yeah. Why
Ooh,
wouldn't
man,
I?
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Dude, you're supposed to be in Miami and you're not coming. And then because you're not coming, Kane is not coming. So,
Oh,
come on. You guys are ruining my experience.
Chicago is going to be crazy.
When is that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then to add salt onto the wound, XY isn't coming either. And it's like, well, why the hell am I even going?
Everyone's
I
going to be
know.
in Chicago.
Okay. I'll make sure to be there too. Oh, Nick is going first class. Leo. Leo.
Yeah.
Keep it G. Would you have gone to Miami if you got that first class ticket?
I think Delhi offered
So
first
why?
class.
Oh, come on. Never mind. I'm not. Yeah, Jim's going, Nick's going, Stowe's going. That's right. I'm excited. I haven't been on vacation in, geez, almost 3 years. Tracy will be in Miami too. Let's go. Guys, I wish I could send GIFs in the YouTube chat so you guys can see how I would react. Bob, stop bringing that book up. Yeah, Jude, for the past 3 years, I've just been on grind mode. My last vacation wasn't even really a vacation. It was like a travel wedding that I had to go to.
Yo,
Oh, it's that time again. What's up?
Hey, Jim, how's it going?
pretty good. Pretty good. Enjoying
Missed you the
listening
other
to
day.
you too this afternoon, this morning.
Oh,
It's been a
always
while since
fun
me and
on-
Leo have been on a midday.
And she didn't even rage bait me, Jim. You know, she was very kind.
Decided to have a little grace today.
No, you made a good team.
I think we always do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a vibe.
Just don't let Leo know that I enjoy streaming with him.
All right. That
Gotta
sounds
keep
good.
it on the down low.
Well, I'm looking for that big trade so I could afford to build a pergola in my backyard.
A what?
Pergola. I think Leo just built one, right?
Yeah, do you want to see it? I'll send you a picture of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What the heck is a pergola? How do you even spell that?
Oh, you would make a terrible Italian.
Yeah, maybe I can put it up on my phone.
Oh, I see. Whoa, that looks sick.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Leo's big time, man.
that's really nice.
I should get
So you did mention it. I'll just mention it again, everybody. There is a link at the top of the chat, or we'll put one in if there's not. So the link, we're having a series of meetups. We're coming to you. And it's several of these things are going to happen this calendar year, with the first one being in Miami. Miami, Chicago, and London are for sure set. There's going to be some other cities. They're not quite set yet. But if you go ahead and fill out that form, it does two things. One, it gives us a sense of where everybody's located, so we could kind of say, all right, maybe we should go to this city. There's a lot of people in this city or in this area. And it also gets you on the exclusive invitation list. So get on there so you get those invitations when they're ready and they come up. And because they're going to be limited. It's not going to be everybody and anybody, right? These are going to be pretty cool events, and some of them are going to have a smaller allocation of people. Chicago's going to be super big, but in any event, feel free to follow up on that. And I appreciate Salma for mentioning that.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah,
So excited.
yeah. And the other thing I wanted to remind everybody before you guys cut out of here is Sunday night show. The Sunday night show, 6 to 7. We've been doing this for a while now. Craig Shapiro's been the host, leading the panel. It's been a great event. We're going an extra hour now, starting Sunday. We're going an extra hour, 7 to 8, and it's going to be about crypto, and we're going to be doing this with our associates at Kraken. So it's going to be an awesome session. If you're interested in what's going on in the crypto space, whether you're trading, the MBT futures or trading something else or into tokens or whatever you're into, this is the place to go. Not only to hear what's going on, but also to ask questions. There'll be a lot of back and forth with these guys. So that's starting Sunday. I'm super pumped, and it's at 7 p.m. at night, right after our week ahead show. That's it, man. Those are the promos for the day. Appreciate Leo and Salma. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done. That's my favorite clip. But in any event, appreciate you two. I'm gonna do a really quick edge report, and I will talk to you guys soon.
Thanks,
All right.
Jim. See you, chat. See you, Salma.
Bye, chat. Bye, Leo. Bye, Jim.
All right, NASDAQ. I had the NASDAQ up. You could do this in the S&P. And, I talked about this yesterday afternoon. I'm just going to remind you, it's been a nice sell-off, right? Pretty nice sell-off. We have a nice bottom here established. I don't know if it's permanent or temporary, but we do have one. It's just south of that one-day min and that 0 DTE put level around 24,600. Point of control is down there also, and this is super important from what I'm about to say. Now, the volume profile is a little wonky because you do see a lot of kind of volume clusters along the way, on the way up and on the way down. But one of the things I'm going to be looking for right after lunch, not right now, but right after lunch, is, again, are we going to touch that VWAP? Are we going to try to get to that white line? Are we going to try to get up to that VWAP? Right now, VWAP's at 24,727. It moves around a little bit as price moves around because it's based on volume and price. So, but I don't expect it to deviate that much between now, unless, of course, the market falls out of bed right now. But what I'm looking for a little bit later, closer to 1 o'clock maybe, is kind of a rally up to that VWAP, maybe even a wick through the VWAP, but a failure to close above it. Whether you're using a 10-minute chart like me or a 15-minute or 30-minute, failure to close above it might be a good signal to try to get short again to see if we could drive back down to these lows. Now, you gotta wait for that confirmation candle, because a lot of times you do wick through it, then the very next candle you get a green one, right? So you got to really be careful there. But I'm looking for that this afternoon. I mentioned it yesterday. It worked out really nicely. That's what's going on in the NASDAQ. Let's shoot over to the crude oil contract right now. Again, completely insane. Let's go to the daily candle. I can't even fit it on the chart. I mean, this was Sunday night. Right now, though, the yellow line I have on there is 94.77, and that was the close of this candle on the 9th. That's the highest close that we've seen in a long, long period of time. Now, we're right at that close right now, and what I'm interested in is, are we going to go ahead and close above that level to create another higher recent close, or are we going to close below it? Closing below it, news cycle notwithstanding, could also be a signal that maybe there's some exhaustion on the upside, and maybe we can get some downside relief in crude oil. But the moving averages are just sloping up like crazy. That gap that hasn't been filled is all the way down here. I don't expect that to happen anytime quickly. And then the RSI is still above 70, so that momentum is strong to the upside still. But again, looking for that close, and then intraday. We broke through this trend channel. This was a really nice trend channel that we broke through. Again, a really good signal for intraday trading. So when you see something like this, you have this really nice orderly rally. So I drew the trend channel around the rally. We made new highs. We got that one-day max hit by MenthorQ. This is the expected range. The one-day max and the one-day min are the expected range of today, based on the MenthorQ algorithm. So we hit it. We went above it a little bit, right? We traded above it all the way up to, I don't know, about 97.19, and then we sold off. And right now we broke the channel, confirmation candle. So there was possibly a good signal there as well. So some of these channel breakouts are pretty good as well. Rakesh, one last thing on the NASDAQ. I'll mention it right now. I mentioned it this morning, and then we're going to end for the session. But let me just go to the daily chart right now. So Rakesh is mentioning 24,900. I'm going to draw my mouse right here by 2,500, give or take a couple ticks. And for every day, for the last, I don't know, all the way up to here, all the way to the middle of February, no, all the way up to here, all the way to, middle of February, February 18th, we've traded through 25,000 in the NASDAQ, right? There's a sweet spot there. There's price happiness right there. I know it's looking ugly right now on the downside, and we might not do it today. This might be the first day in a long period of time we don't see that 25,000, but I just wanted to comment because Rakesh put it in. NQ will go to 24,900. Well, that's pretty close to that 25,000 level if that happens. Right now, it's looking a little heavy, in my opinion. So I think we're going to have to get some good news somehow, some way to kind of give this thing a boost up. Until then, we'll probably be a little bit south. Anyway, what was so funny about that, Robo? I know. I hear you, Rakesh. We'll see what happens. In any event, thank you, everybody, for being here, part of NinjaTrader Live. Great morning, as usual. We are going to come back strong in the afternoon, 2 o'clock, with Shy Girl, a.k.a. Tracy Shuchart, and myself. And then we're going to have the Trading the Close in the afternoon. And Trading the Close, I'm not sure who's going to be with us on Trading the Close, so you're going to have to be here just to find out, because I don't have my cheat sheet up. Apologize for that, but it's going to be awesome. In the meantime, everybody have a great, nice, relaxing lunch, and we will see you at 2 o'clock.